Good afternoon, everybody. It's now 1 o'clock. Welcome to today's Planning Committee meeting. My name is Councillor David Connor and I'm Chairman of the Planning Committee here at Fenland. I would welcome those members of the public and press in attendance and those who are watching on the live stream of this meeting via YouTube. Whilst this meeting is being held publicly, it is also being streamed via the YouTube. Minutes of the meeting will be produced in the usual way and a recording of the minutes will be available to view on YouTube until such times that the meetings are produced. Please be aware that only the audio from the microphones will be captured on the live stream. Therefore, those invited to speak need to ensure their microphones are on when speaking and as close to you as possible. To enable the meeting to run in an orderly manner, can I ask all present to keep their microphones off, except when invited to speak. Please ensure that the microphone is turned off when you have finished speaking. I would also ask everyone ensures their mobile phones are on silent or turned off for the duration of the meeting. Please be aware the cameras will be on at all times during the meeting. So with regard to the meeting, I must remind members of the public to refrain from interrupting. Only the members of the public allowed to speak are those who are registered to do so. Anyone who speaks must do in a respectful and a polite manner. It is right there is meaningful discussions about the merits of applications, but we will not allow inappropriate language or personal attacks on councillors and their beliefs, on members of the public or on officers' professional advice. So thank you for that. So now we'll go to item number 1, and I'd like to ask member services if we have any apologies for absence. Over to you, Jo. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Apologies received from Councillor Cornwall.
Thank you, Jo, for that. Agenda item number 2 is to confirm and sign the minutes of the previous meetings of June the 29th, 2022. You will also see at the agenda item number 16, there is a need to confirm and sign the confidential minutes from the 29th of June 2022. Unless anyone has any comments to make on the confidential minutes, I suggest that we agree them at this point without the need of going into confidential sessions. So with that, so has anybody got any comments?
Yes. I don't think any of us have actually seen the confidential minutes. We haven't seen them.
Okay.
If members have their ModGov set up properly, then they're able to access confidential papers.
I can't do that.
Okay.
Okay, well, for that reason, then, Chairman, we'll have to go into confidential session at the end of the meeting.
Okay. That's fine. So with that advice, we'll go to confidential meeting at the end. So now we'll go for the normal meeting on the 29th of June. Is everybody happy those minutes are true and correct record? Have I got a proposal to that fact?
Mr. Chairman, we cannot. We haven't seen them.
No, we're just going to the normal agenda ones now.
Okay.
Councillor French, okay. So Councillor Scoldy, you're proposing it. Councillor Topgood, you'll second it. All those in favour of those minutes? Anyone against? No? You weren't present, so that's the unanimous. Those minutes have been agreed. Thank you. So now we'll go to agenda item number 3, which is urgent items. There are no urgent items. However, agenda item number 13 has been withdrawn. So moving swiftly to 4, declarations of interest. Member services will now go each councillor in turn, and can you please state if you have anything to declare in relation to any of the agenda items for discussion or voting on this afternoon. Thank you. So Jo, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Benny.
Thank you, Jo. I attend Chatteris Town Council and I took no part in item 5 or 7 today, which are both in Chatteris when they were before the Town Council. Other than that, nothing today.
Councillor Connor.
Yes, thank you, Jo. I'm a member of March Town Council and I take no part in planning matters. Application number 6, my son Andrew owns a house down Peterhouse Crescent. But I have come to this application with an open mind and are certainly not predetermined in any stretch or form. Application number 8, I'm predetermined in regards to that application and I will not be taking part in the debate or voting thereon. Thank you.
Councillor Mrs Davis.
Yes, I'm Chair of Wimbledon Parish Council, but I take no part in discussion or decisions on planning. However, I consider myself to be predetermined on agenda item 8 today and therefore will not take part in the discussion or vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs French.
Thank you, Joe. I'm a member of Marchtown Council, but take no part whatsoever in planning. I would also like to point out, it's been brought to my attention that, yesterday by one of our officers, that someone has commented on a comment that I made at the planning application on the 9th of March. At no time did I state anything about this application, which is agenda item number 5, apart from stating it was in an appalling state. And I will read part of the minutes out. Mrs French stated that much as she understands the views of the conservation officer, if this proposal is not approved, the building is going to end up derelict and demolished. I did remember saying, and I think it possibly was at that time, the shocking state the blue building was in. But I'm glad to say that the application is actually in front of us today, and the owner developers don't want to demolish it. And the other part of the minute, Councillor Mrs French stated that she was not aiming her comments at any officers. The point she was making with conservation is that right across the district, there are dilapidated properties that have existed for many years, and more resources need to be invested in conservation. So I am not predetermined, and I will take part in this discussion.
Thank you. Councillor Marks.
Councillor French, could you confirm that you will be approaching the application referred to with an open mind?
Absolutely open minded this time until I hear what the officers and speakers have to say. Thank you.
Councillor Marks.
Thank you. I'm a member of Mainey Parish Council. I won't be taking part in agenda item number 7, as the company is known to me as I'm the director of a company that deals with them. And on item number 11, or agenda point number 11, again, the family, and he was actually my doctor. So again, I feel it better not to take part in that as well.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs Mayor.
I'm a member of Whittlesey Town Council and I have no involvement in planning there at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Murphy.
Yes, I attend Chadwell Town Council, but take no part in any of the planning applications.
Thank you. Councillor Purser.
Yes, I'm a member of Marchtown Council. I'll take no part in any planning applications whatsoever. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Scolding. Can you use your microphone, please? Thank you.
I am a member of Marchtown Council. I do not take any part in the planning. And number 6, I will be leaving the room after having a word with the legal team. So I'll be not taking any part in number 6. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sutton.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Chairman. Yes, my normal response is nothing to declare, but today I have one issue which I need to declare an interest, and I think I should leave the room, and that is FYR 22-003F for the WH Feltham site. My wife and I do own a property on Peterhouse Crescent, so it could be said that we have an interest. I don't have any problem with the site, and as far as I can see on the planning portal, my tenants haven't made any comment either. But I think, in the interest of probity, I will leave the room on that particular item. And then on FYR 21-1440 VOC, that's been before this committee on 2 occasions before. Both the former occasions, it was owned by a friend of mine, who I also run the Christchurch Youth Club with, and I was a member of another committee with him as well. And at that time, I didn't feel that it would be right for me to sit on the committee and make decisions on that particular application. However, the site has been sold on, and it's now under different ownership. So I do feel on this occasion that I can sit on and make a decision on it. But I thought it was worth making that point, just in case question was asked why I didn't sit on it before, but I am today. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. And Councillor Topgood.
Yeah, nothing to declare.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, members. Now we'll go to the main part of the meeting, the planning applications. Just to remind members, a proposal to grant or refuse an application should only be made when invited to do so. And if going against officer recommendation, the proposal should be accompanied by the planning reasons for doing so. So without further ado, I'll now hand over to David Rowan. He's the development manager here at Fenland to present linked applications F/YR22/0217LB and agenda item FYR220218F, agenda item number 5. So David, when you're ready, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. As you pointed out, these are two linked applications. So the first is the list of building consent for works to a listed building involving the conversion of a shop/dwelling to one dwelling, involving the partial demolition of the existing dwelling, and also a planning application for the change of use of a shop dwelling to one dwelling involving the partial demolition as well. Initially, just draw members' attention to the update report that has been circulated in respect to this application. And in addition to the update reports, 25 letters in support of the application have also been received, which are not referred to in either the update or the original officer report. These are from residents of March, Doddington, Rimblington and Chatteris, and may generally be summarised as supporting the application due to the perceived improvements to the appearance of the site. The application site is shown in red on the location plan and aerial photo. As you can see, it sits within a built-up part of Chatteris and is also within the Chatteris conservation area. The site fronts High Street with buildings running back into the site. The buildings are listed, the front section in its own right, the rear section by virtue of its curtilage relationship and attachment to the other building. And the buildings are also on the council's buildings at risk register. The elevations, the proposed elevations are shown on the screen. So the applications propose the renovation of the shop and row of cottages, which are sort of shown in bold on the upper right image, to form a single dwelling. This involves various internal works which are set out within the report. And these are the buildings which are sort of listed in their own right. The applications also seek to demolish the end section of the building, formerly a separate dwelling sort of historically, but most recently used for storage in connection with the use of the remainder of the site. This is shown in outline on the left-hand side of the upper right image and is the building, as I said earlier, which is listed by its curtilage association. So this plan shows the proposed site layouts with the demolition having taken place. On the site of the demolished building, space for car parking is shown. This area measures around 8.5 metres in depth, so it would be generally inadequate to park a car and allow for manoeuvring. So the car parking space is indicated to the left of the buildings. The existing internal layout is shown for members' information. And the proposed internal layout is now shown with the building to be demolished indicated. The level of internal work is sort of evident from this. Both floor plans are included at pages 51 and 52 of the agenda pack for any member wishing to look at these in more detail. So the photos on the screen show the row of buildings and the condition of these. So the upper left image shows what was sort of formerly a shop unit, and then the buildings running back into the site. As you can see from particularly the lower image there, sort of showing that row of properties, and then to the far end of the blue buildings is the element to be demolished. Just on screen now for comparison is the street view image taken from September 2018. So the deterioration in the condition of the building in the intervening period can therefore be seen. Should just highlight to members the requirements of paragraph 196 of the MPPF, which states that if there is evidence of deliberate neglect of a heritage asset, this should not be taken into account in any decision. To summarise, the principle of conservation-led regeneration of these buildings is wholly supported, as is the principle of restoring them to residential use. However, the application is not considered to sufficiently justify or explain the level of works proposed, both in terms of the internal works and the demolition. In combination, the works proposed are considered to result in substantial harm to the heritage assets without any clear substantial public benefit to justify this as required by paragraph 201 of the MPPF. Consequently, the applications are recommended for refusal as they fail to comply with the policies of the local plan and the policies within the MPPF, and to grant the applications could be seen as indicative of a failure by the council to fulfil its legal duties. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, thank you, David. We have one speaker on this application. I'd now like to invite Councillor Alan Gowler of Chatteris Town Council to make his presentation to the committee. As there are two applications, Mr. Gowler, you have 10 minutes. Thank you very much. Please start, make yourself confident, start when you're ready to do so. Thank you. Yeah.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Chairman, members, councillors, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on behalf of Chatteris Town Council. Chatteris Town Council have supported this application for renovation of 130 High Street, Chatteris, and it would not be unfair to say that we were delighted to see positive action regarding this property that is on the main route into the town centre and has been in decline for decades and has become an embarrassing eyesore for any visitor to the town. It is visibly in a dangerous state of repair, even to anyone with untrained eye, and is of major concern to neighbours, of which one has submitted a comment on the planning portal requesting that urgent attention is given to action being taken to ensure the safety of their family. The current owners of the property have made various well-documented efforts to renovate the property in conjunction with officers, the FDC, including offering to demolish the building and rebuild it back to its original state. However, this was deemed to be unacceptable. They've invested considerable time and money into this project, only to meet with what appears to be a wholly inflexible approach by officers. Whilst the efforts of the conservation officer are fully appreciated, and they obviously have rules and regulations to adhere to, they have an obvious intent of preserving the property. The suggestions presented appear to be an attempt at micromanaging potential renovation rather than considering the application presented. The reply from FDC Architecture displays a concise explanation and in some cases rebuttal of the Conservation Officer's comments, and this professional assessment of the situation with the building should be seriously considered. What should also be considered are the comments regarding the delays in any progress to this proposal. COVID has obviously had a severe impact to the whole world and has impacted on many construction projects. The building has been deteriorating for the best part of 30 years, and despite attempts by the owners to make attempts to start the renovation, this appears to have been disappointingly met with various obstructions and roadblocks by FDC. What is a major concern regarding this application is the potential message that it portrays to anybody considering attempting to renovate any property within the conservation area of both Chatteris and across Fenland. These innovations should be highly encouraged, not discouraged, in order to renovate many properties in similar condition across the district. Whilst enforcement action can be taken by FDC, it's quite obviously the case that it's impractical due to the sheer number of dilapidated buildings in the area, all of which will fall into further disrepair as months and years go on, with the inevitable outcome being for them to deteriorate beyond any potential possibility of recovery. We consider the application to be acceptable in terms of renovating the property, which will result in giving it a practical purpose while maintaining the external aesthetics of a building within the conservation area within Chatteris. We welcome the resolution of this blot on the landscape of our town and urge members to take this into consideration when making their decision. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor Gowler. Any members, questions for Councillor Gowler? Please put the hand up. No, can't see any, no burning questions at all. No, thank you very much for that then. Thank you, very good, thank you. Members, questions to officers, please, thank you. No questions to officers on this particular? No? No, okay. So with that, I'll now like to invite members to debate the item in respect of the material planning considerations relevant to the application. If you'd like to speak, please raise your hand. So we're in debate, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Councillor Murphy, thank you.
Very much, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I'd like to point out for a start, though, everything that I say today is my opinion and my thoughts only, just in case people get the wrong idea. This shop stroke dwelling is classified as a listed building. I would call it listing, as the walls are only 1 brick thick and are bowed outwards, so very and make them very unsafe. As the same as the roof, which is almost totally dilapidated upon beyond repair. The insignificant house attached to the end of this building is also classed as listed because it is of its attachment to it. I wonder what would have happened had been the outcome if it had been an outside loo attached. That would have been an interesting situation. The shop was owned by Mrs. Worrell, but in the late years, it was rammed in the front by a vehicle and was so damaged that it never was any good after that. The NPPF defines a heritage asset as a building, monument, and an area of landscape as having a degree of significance. I agree with that, but unfortunately this site does not comply with these 3 conditions whatsoever. This report contains 9 pages of conservationists, all why we should refuse this application, but not 1 paragraph helping to alleviate or help to bring positive conclusion. It should work both ways. And I won't even be talking about facts. This is my opinion only, as I said before, but I believe that it needs pulling down and replaced with a modern dwelling to enhance the area. But on saying that, I agree with the Chatteris Town Council for approval. We must be seen to be doing something positive in Chatteris, or we will finish up by having eyesores in every road, such as now in High Street, Bridge Street, Ash Grove, London Road, Victoria Street, etc., all through these same reasons. The reasons why I support this are visual impact, scale, character and appearance, and NPPF 185C says the desirability of new development making a positive contribution to local character and distinctiveness. NPP F191, where there is evidence of deliberate neglect or damage. I don't believe that this has been the developer's fault and are not going to throw money and protecting this type of site, not knowing what the outcome stands a chance of fruition. NPPF 192C, the desirability of new development making a positive contribution to local character and distinctiveness. NPPF 195B, no viable use of the heritage asset itself can be found in the medium term. And also NPPF 195D, the harm or loss is outweighed by the benefits of bringing this site back into use. So I will, when it's finished in this discussion, I will be voting for the approval of this application. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. Very interesting. Anybody else would like to add to the debate? Councillor Benny, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I would echo what Councillor Murphy has just said. There's no point in me repeating what he said because I wholeheartedly agree with him. I have said at this committee many times before, conservation gets in the way of conserving things. And if we don't approve these applications today, this will be another building that's left until it falls down. And then when it falls down, that could end up being a problem to Fenland District Council. We've got a positive application before us, which will bring about a conclusion to the building that has been in a very poor state of repair for many, many years. Everything Councillor Murphy has stated, I totally agree with on the history of the property. And I just think that this, you know, this is our opportunity to take this building off the at-risk register, off the risk register, by getting somebody's come forward with a scheme. They're prepared to put their money in it, and we should be supporting this. More of this early intervention would stop some of the latter intervention that this council has to pick up and foot the bill for. So I will be joining Councillor Murphy today in approving this application, both applications for approval.
Yep, thank you, Councillor Benny. Councillor Sutton.
Thank you. I don't disagree fully with either of the previous speakers, but you know, we have got guidelines and there's the MPPF, and you know, we cannot be seen to be making decisions against the law. Having read through the documents on the agenda, and also fairly extensive reading of the planning portal, there has been the olive branch shown by our officers for something better, and that hasn't been taken up by the agent or the applicant. In fact, I think I read that the agent had contacted the applicant and he hadn't received any response. So I don't think I could vote to overturn officers on this particular application, but what I would suggest is that we defer the application, hang the olive branch out one last time, and if they don't take it, then I'm sorry, we would have to refuse it in my view. But I'm sure others will have different views to that. Thank you, Jim.
Yeah, another angle we could use, Councillor Sutton, but anybody else like to add to the debate at all? Councillor French.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, what an honour to see. Glad to see that somebody's come up with a planning application to actually bring a building back into use.
Short and sweet. Anybody else at all? Yeah.
Thank you, Chairman. I've met with the building owner a number of times, as has the conservation officer, even before the current owner. The conservation officers were working hard to secure a positive future for this building. You can see from the report that we have provided advice and guidance on making the property wind and watertight and making it safe. We've provided guidance and advice on how an application could come forward, and we've provided advice and guidance how this application could be revised to make it more acceptable, and also what change to the information submitted with the application is needed in order for us to look at it more positively. So from an officer perspective, we haven't just sat on our hands or folded our arms and just said no. Your committee report in front of you sets out very clearly and simply the various steps that we've taken. If you just look at the making the property wind and watertight, yes, works have been done, works in excess of what were agreed have been done. The top wall and over the roof hasn't been adequately maintained, and you know, in my eye, there's a clear sort of evidence base there of this building not being looked after appropriately, and the national policy is quite clear when it says that we shouldn't take into account the dilapidation of the property, given that a fair degree of it has been deliberate. Again, as outlined in your report, there is a clear process that has to be gone through in the consideration of a development proposal in relation to this listed property, and you have to go through that before you can then go on to consider other aspects of the scheme. And just to pick out one particular issue, what we've got is the demolition of part of this structure being justified purely on the basis of it being needed for car parking. And that just doesn't satisfy the legislative requirements that we have to work towards. So it's not as if the recommendation that we come to this meeting with is ill-considered and unfounded. You know, we have to set out quite clearly the national legislative and policy approach to this application, Chairman. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that, Nick. Councillor Mayor, thank you.
Yeah, I would just say that I do not support deferring this application at all. The amount of work that's already gone into this by officers, I think we can't keep ping-ponging things backwards and forwards and asking them to do more work. It needs a decision. I'm sorry, I would not support a deferment.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Mayor. It was only a suggestion by Councillor Sutton, but obviously you can make your own mind up as you always do, Councillor Mayor. Anybody else? Councillor Benny.
I mean, reading through the report, it talks a lot about going I'm over 50 and it's gone. The significant loss, but that significant loss is a subjective thing to look at. And I look at this, and the loss of part of this building is going to save the rest of it. Inaction will mean this will drag on for years and years, and in its present state, it will deteriorate more and more until it comes back with a demolition order on it. This is conserving more of the site by passing this today. We've got somebody who's prepared to put their money into it. And it's all very well passing plans, but somebody's actually got to put their hand in their pocket and pay for it. And to find people who are prepared to take on grade 2 listed buildings and work to the standard of grade 2 listed buildings, it costs an arm and a leg. You can more or less double your costs of doing the work on it. And that's why it's prohibitive, and it stops these kind of applications coming forward. The fact that the applicant has actually invested time and money into getting to this point means he's going to go forward with this. And I would rather see a positive development on the table like this one is, than I would let this opportunity go. Because if this opportunity is lost today, this building could be lost forever.
Yeah, Councillor Sutton.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. Just come back on the point that Councillor Benny makes about they've invested time and money, and of course he's right, they have. But that doesn't always give the right outcome, because at Ash Grove, we overturn officers' decision there, and that still stands there, nothing's happened. So that doesn't mean to say that even if you pass this today, anything's going to get done.
Anybody else before I come in? Can't see anybody. Yeah, I do tend to agree with Councillor Murphy's comments, Councillor Benny's, and I can see Councillor Sutton's point, but we don't get many applicants, agents who are going to, as Councillor Benny so rightly says, going to bring these buildings, grade 2 listed buildings into life, because they as Councillor Benny rightfully says, they do cost a lots of money, and if the pennies don't stack up, they're not going to be done. And I would think possibly that's the same down the one that counts the application Councillor Sutton did with the hall, the old hall, whatever it was, Councillor Sutton several years ago. So I think we should. But what happens if we don't do anything? It is bringing. It would be nice to conserve these things, but as I said, the pennies don't stack up. But the guy is trying to make an effort here. If we don't do anything, it will deteriorate and it will fall down eventually. So on balance, I'm going to support and go against officer recommendation on this, because I think half of the cake is better than nothing at all. Thank you. Would you like to come in?
Yes, Chair, thank you. Just through you. It would be remiss of me as legal advisor to the committee not to point out that given the shortcomings as identified in the reports of the heritage assessment, that should members approve the application, and should somebody decide to challenge that approval, there is a risk of a legal challenge. I have to point that out to members, and that would involve time and cost, of course. So I'd just like to make that observation. Happy to take any questions.
Yeah, well, we can, anybody want to add to the debate? Councillor Sutton?
That is very good advice from Stephen, and that is the exact reason why I think I don't want to see it turned down. I really don't want to see it turned down, but I just don't think that the applicant does give fair play to all the work we've already done in refusing to just look at that. I mean, I think possibly we as a planning authority have got to give a little bit as well. And I think that there can be some give and take both ways. That's why I think a deferral will be the best way forward. Give them 2 months, and if they don't come back in 2 months, then throw it out. You know, that's the chance, and that's what I think. Because I'm certainly not going to be voting for something that is liable to be legally challenged. Thank you, Chairman.
Your opinion is extremely welcome. Councillor Murphy, thank you.
Yes, I will come back in there. I totally against deferring it or anything like that for any longer whatsoever. As we heard earlier, and it has been going on for 30 years now. If you give them another fortnight, it still won't happen. Nothing will happen more. If you give them another year to do it, the whole lot will be down, and then where shall we be? We've really got to pull the horns in there and approve this recommendation.
Councillor Marks, thank you.
Sorry, I'm a bit confused here, but surely if we go for it, we're going to be legally challenged. Why haven't we been or why has nobody legally challenged why the building has stood there, gone derelict over a long period of time? It's an eyesore. Quite honestly, it's not going to get any better. The more we leave it, and it will go back and forth, it just beggars belief that we're even sort of discussing it, surely.
I mean, that is a question you can directly ask to officers in the next segment of this this application, because we've got the officers' views coming up next, haven't we? No, we haven't. That was Nick asked to come in there before we. So we're still in debate, ladies and gentlemen. No, finished the debate, have we? All finished? Right. Rather remiss of me to say, rather bad of me not to say Claire Fiddler's here from the Conservation FDC. So if anybody's got anything to say regarding to Nick or to any officer, please feel free to ask any questions to Claire. I'm sure she'd be very pleased to enter in, you know, in any way and help any way she can. So, right, we're going to, so any members, questions for officers? Councillor Mark.
So go back to my previous comment. Why have we been allowed this building over a long period of time to get more and more dilapidated? In 2018, it had a roof. Then we've got black tarpaulin on it in 2022, but we don't seem to be moving it on. Why has that been allowed if there could have been legal action taken previously against the owners?
There is no legal duty on an owner to maintain their building. When a building reaches the conditions such as number 130 High Street is in, local authorities do have statutory powers that where they can take action. That inevitably comes with cost and resource, which is something the council would have to agree to. We would, and in addition to that, we would always much rather work proactively with an owner, which we have tried to do, and which I believe we demonstrated in this case. You know, and over the past 30 years, we've funded the internal propping that is there, and we've provided endless advice and guidance, as Nick said earlier, as to a positive way forward. We had to threaten legal action in order to get the tarpaulin over the roof after it was stripped under a building control notice. And that was something we would rather not have done. But it came to that just to make it wind and weather tight. And as was pointed out earlier, that has not been maintained either. So we never want to take legal action because it's not a friendly or proactive way of approaching things. We're encouraging a listed building consent application, and that has taken us a significant amount of time to come in. So as I say, we'd much rather work proactively and positively. Costs for action are significant, and we do have reports showing those indicative costs if you'd like to see them another time.
Yes, I think that would be interesting. Thank you to see those. Councillor French, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Marks.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I have said this before over the years about listed buildings being neglected, and I hear what listen to what Claire has said. We took a tough action last month to sever Section 215 and Section 216. I said at the time, it's well before time we started doing this. Instead of these buildings falling into the state they are, let's slap 215s and 216s on them, and the owners might actually do something before they get into such a dreadful state.
Would you like to, obviously we're in questions to officers, have you got any to, well, it should have been a question to officers. Have you got any comments that you'd like to, with Councillor French?
Well, broadly speaking, I welcome that support, and if that can secure me a budget of which I have zero, I'd be most appreciative.
Could I just come back there?
You can.
As you well know, Nick, at the Administration and Risk Committee a few weeks ago, we did actually allocate a large portion of additional funding for your planning department. And that was in discussions with the portfolio holder. And I am sure if you still need some more funding for the likes of this, you want to be talking to her, because we will support you. We don't want these, to be honest, we're fed up sitting around this table, having to argue and discuss with officers about listed buildings. There's dozens of them across, you know. If you need more resources, please talk to your portfolio holder, and then we'll see what the council can do. I'm not saying you'll get it, but it's worth a try.
Well, you'll certainly have my backing for what it's worth, and Councillor French's backing, and many others in this room, I would have thought. Right, Councillor Purser, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. A thought just occurred to me, in actual fact, as well, in the fact that, yeah, very dangerous, two in one day. Yeah, the building is dilapidated and the lights, and if it's taken down safely, then that's great. That's the best way for it. Had it been left as it is, and it's collapsed with its own free will, shall we say, it could actually cause damage to the property around it, or even if it's storm weather, then other people actually get hurt as it collapses as well. I think it's probably best to have that avoided.
Please, thank you, Nick.
Just to reiterate something that Claire mentioned, is that you know, we have worked with, or tried to work with the applicant, not only ourselves but also with CNC Building Control, in order to make the building safe and stop further dilapidation. Not all of that has been successful, obviously, because the owner hasn't chosen to continue, for example, to make the roof watertight.
Yep, thank you for that explanation, Nick, for Councillor Purser's question. Any more questions to officers before I close this and then we go into a proposal? No, thank you for answering those questions, Nick. So I'm looking for a proposal on this application, please. Councillor Murphy.
I propose that we go with the approval of this application. And also, I've also said in my speech,
So if this is passed, you would like to see the conditions.
I certainly would, please, yes, because I think sometimes we put so much conditions on, that that's why they're still standing there 2 to 3 years later.
Yeah, if that's the case.
I'm not against conservation or anything.
No,
like that, and I think monuments and things like that are wonderful. But these sort of things are in the way, I think need to be looked at, and it is totally derelict. It really is. And if you think you can build it, you have to make the whole thing down. So I'm saying approval of this.
Yeah, I'd like.
Chairman, just to remind, we've got 2 applications we need to take one at a time.
One at a time, that's right. So we are, yeah, so okay, so I would like to see the conditions as well, if I may, please, if that's noted. So I've got a proposer, and it's Councillor Murphy. It's only on this application, F/YR 220217 LB. Have I got a seconder on that? Councillor Benny. Thank you. So basically on that application is to go against officer recommendation to approve this application. It's proposed by Councillor Murphy, it's seconded by Councillor Benny. All those in favour of that proposal, please raise your hands. Thank you. Those against? Those who want to abstain? Councillor Sutton's nodded his head for abstention. So, Joe?
Application is approved against the officer's recommendation.
That has, so that, to reiterate, the application has been approved against officer recommendation. So we'll now invite members to go on to the next application, which is so do we agree with that one as well? Because we've passed one, haven't we? Have we got a seconder, a proposer on the second part of that application, the tandem? Councillor Murphy, seconded again by Councillor Benny. All those in favour of that recommendation as well, please raise your hands. Those against? I think Councillor Sutton will abstain again. So the application has been approved against officer recommendation. Again, thank you very much for that. So now, without further ado, I'll hand over to Nikki Carter. She's a senior development here at Fenland to present agenda item number 6. Sorry, Claire. Thank you. Sorry. Well, I think you've got the gist of it. Application number 6. Oh, sorry, Councillor Scolding. I do apologise. I'm sorry about that, Councillor Scolding. So I will start again just for the record. Well, are you thinking about leaving, Councillor Sutton? He's deliberating.
Chairman, if I may, my daughter, probably 3 or 4 years ago, worked for the Glenholme Group one summer as a healthcare assistant, but given how long ago and how short that period of employment was, I don't think I've got any conflict of interest, Chairman. Thank you.
You certainly haven't. Anyway, so I'll now reiterate, I'll now hand over to Nikki Carter. She's a Senior Development Officer here at Fenland to present agenda item number 6, F/YR 220083F. So Nikki, when you're ready, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, may I please draw members' attention to an update report which has been circulated. Agenda item 6 is a full application for a 56-bed care home.
Sorry, Nikki, we're having trouble hearing you.
Sorry. Apologies. Agenda item 6 is a full application for a 56-bed care home with associated facilities. Planning permission has already been granted for a similar scheme with access via Cawood Close. The applicant's agent has advised that it has not been possible to practically deliver the previously approved access, and as such, access is now proposed via Peterhouse Crescent. The siting, footprint and scale are as previously approved, with internal and external alterations to facilitate the revised access and the addition of a substation and mobility store. The application site is indicated in red on the location plan and to the centre of the aerial photograph. It is a brownfield site formerly occupied by a factory building, which has since been demolished. Located to the north of March, approximately 220 metres east of the railway station and a kilometre from the town centre. The site is surrounded by residential properties comprising single-storey dwellings to the east on Kaywood Close and two-storey dwellings to the north, south and west on Astover Road and Peterhouse Crescent. The proposed layout can be seen on this plan. The proposed building is an L shape, bulk located off centre, with a wing extending west towards Peterhouse Crescent. The parking area is in the southwest corner, main amenity area to the east, with further green space to the perimeter and between the car park and building. For comparison, the previously approved layout is shown here. Please be advised that whilst external landscaping arrangements have been altered, including the footways which are prominent on the plans, the siting, footprint and scale of the building are as previously approved. The proposed floor plans are shown here. Each floor has its own ancillary facilities to enable them to function entirely separately from each other. Internal arrangements have been altered to reflect the revised access and resultant layout. The proposed elevations are shown on these slides. The drawings within the agenda pack show these in comparison with the previously approved plans. This is a street scene viewed from the south, with the two-storey dwellings on Peterhouse Crescent to the left and single-storey dwellings on Kaywood Close to the right. Photo 1 shows the context of the site in relation to Peterhouse Crescent with the site indicated. Photo 2 shows the site from the south in the approximate location of the access. Photo 3 shows the footpath link to the site from Peterhouse Crescent, and photo 4 the existing access of Kaywood Close. These photos show the current condition of the site and the relationship with the dwellings surrounding. This is a street view image of the former factory building, which has since been demolished. This application seeks amendments to the previously approved scheme, specifically in relation to the point of access and alterations as a result of this, with the siting, footprint and scale remaining. The principle of a care home on this site has been established. The concerns of residents have been carefully considered, and whilst it is acknowledged that there will be some detrimental impact as a result of the development, it is not considered to be significant enough to render the scheme unacceptable. As such, it is recommended to grant this application, subject to conditions as set out on page 83 of the agenda.
Yeah, thank you very much, Nikki. We have one speaker on this application. I'd now like to invite Liam Shelton. He's the applicant to make his presentation to the committee. When you're nice and settled, you'll have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon all. My name is Liam Shelton. I represent the applicant, Glen Home Healthcare. Thanks for taking the time to be allowed to me to speak today. We are pleased to receive the report and support planning team in respect of this application for the new 56-bed care home and duly accept all the pre-commencement conditions. Approval for the 56-bed care home on the site under the previous application has already been given, as mentioned, and we are merely changing the vehicle access to Peterhouse Crescent. Building is otherwise identical in footprint, scale, location and features. This new application allows us direct access into the care home for Peterhouse Crescent, in contrast with the rights of way access that we have over the land to the entrance from Kaywood Close. This revision gives us full authority and rights over the entrance to the site, ensuring that the boundary, entrance and roadway outside the home remain safe and free from disruption. In contrast to the limited rights we have over the entrance to Kaywood Close, Peterhouse Crescent will enable us to monitor the safety and well-being of neighbours and residents at all times. We sought pre-application advice from Fenland District Council and the Highways Authority prior to the submission in December. The new entrance provides a more welcoming space with increased visibility and provides easier access to public transport links on Station Road. The proposed care home replaces the previously unsightly portal frame asbestos clad building already demolished. Trees have been removed as part of the preliminary works under the previous permission. However, we have an ecological assessment to ensure there is a biodiversity net gain once the site is complete. The scheme has received positive comments from all statutory consultees, and throughout the application we have updated our design to reflect any comments made by each of the parties. This includes the local drainage board, middle level, as well as Anglian Water and the local flood authority. The support of all consultees has been given to both applications. In our revised scheme, we had attempted to preempt the issues that neighbours of Peterhouse Crescent would raise and have duly responded to their collective concerns. Those of note include: 1, risk of devaluing neighbourhood properties. We do not believe the modern contemporary design of the new care home will devalue neighbours' properties. In fact, in contrast with the previously cladded warehouse, we believe the opposite effect will occur. 2, increased disruption from construction traffic. It is our intention to continue to use the Kaywood Close entrance, of which we have rights of way over for all construction activities until completion, therefore mitigating any nuisance to neighbours. Number 3, there is insufficient parking and there will be an increase in traffic. Transport statement provided in the application concludes an insignificant impact on Peterhouse Crescent and care home activities. However, we do note neighbours' concerns. As already mentioned, this new entrance allows us to have far greater authority over access and to deal with any parking and traffic infringements that may very occasionally occur. The building car park will be under 24/7 CCTV surveillance, and the management and maintenance team will ensure the neighbours' concerns are addressed in the event they are ever raised. The number of car parking spaces, although accepted as sufficient for the scheme, was increased to alleviate parking concerns. The number of spaces now available to staff and visitors is far greater than we would typically expect from a home of this size. Number 4, security at Kaywood Close. As mentioned, there will be 24/7 CCTV covering the boundary, and in order to alleviate this concern, we will ensure the previous entrance is covered by the security system. The CCTV layout will be agreed with the planning officer and local constabulary before completion. 5, greater impact on local facilities. A care home in its nature provides care for local residents, and it's our intention to provide the town with a facility where its elderly residents are taken care of, and in doing so reduce the likelihood of trips to surgeries, etc. We believe the new entrance at Peterhouse Crescent will increase likelihood of its use by local residents and staff when travelling to the home by foot or cycle, as the distance is significantly shorter than the previous route. At all times, the management team will promote commuting to work by walk or cycle, aided by keeping the pedestrian entrance at the northwest of the site. The care home itself presents a valuable opportunity for employment in the town, with varying job opportunities across the care, management, catering and maintenance team. It's our intention to work closely with the immediate and wider town to ensure the services the care home can provide are utilised not only by its residents, but its family and friends also. In conclusion, we believe the new care home offers much opportunity for its elderly residents to be cared for in a modern, warm and caring environment that is reflected by the design and construction of a state-of-the-art facility run by local professionals who have investment in the town. Many thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shelton, for that. Members, questions to Mr. Shelton? You know what to do. Put your hands up if you have any. Councillor French.
Thank you, Mr. Shelton. Can I have your assurance that when this development starts and is constructed, that vehicles actually delivering materials will not be permanently parked on Peterhouse or Kaywood or even Elm Road?
I've actually already reached out to the football club on Estover Road, and we're trying to arrange parking arrangements for construction traffic there. Deliveries will be made via Kaywood Close at all times, apart from when it's impossible, and the occasional one has to be done via Peterhouse Crescent, but consistent parking will be elsewhere.
Well, I do hope that's the case. I've just started building 118 homes in Wisbeach Road, and there was 10 lorries on Wisbeach Road causing havoc over the last few days, and I would hate this to happen to the residents who live in Peterhouse and Kaywood Close.
Yeah, very pertinent points, Councillor French. Any more questions to Mr. Shelton? No, can't see any burning ambition too, so thank you very much for that. Well, guys, questions to officers? Councillor French?
Yes, thank you. Is it possible to actually have a condition put on? You know, I hate conditions, but can we have a condition on that we are not going to suffer the same as what we've suffered this week in West Beach Road? Not only have we had the hold up in the traffic, and bearing in mind the whole of March has been gridlocked due to roadworks that are going on. Elm Road and Kaywood and Peterhouse Crescent, there are elderly residents there, and I would hate them to have to suffer what the people in Wisbeach Road and the Green have suffered over the last few weeks, and especially with dust. I mean, I know we haven't had rain, but the dust, I actually, as Nick can confirm, reported this to environmental health with the amount of people who are suffering over the last few weeks. So the question is, can I have a condition that they will strictly adhere to not backing up lorries and blocking roads?
Through you, Chairman, we can't lawfully impose any planning conditions that conflict with matters off-site, such as the use of the public highway. The only exception to that is sort of vehicle routing agreements. But in terms of, notwithstanding what the agent has just said, a planning condition can't stop people from parking on the highway in a lawful way, unfortunately. So you may get a stack of vehicles queuing to enter the site, for example. That's unfortunate, but we can't control that through planning condition, I'm afraid.
So I'd like to come in to a little bit to add to Councillor French. She did mention dust, and dust is a big problem for Bellman's Avenue, Bellman's Road and Diana Close in Whittlesea as well. I've had numerous complaints regarding that application, dust. So I suppose we could put a condition that they need a Belzer or a water supply there to stop the dust, because that does seem a massive problem for everybody. Thank you. So your thoughts on that, please, Nick. Thank you.
For you, Chairman, yes, dust suppression is automatically part of the construction management plan. What usually happens, or often happens, should I rather say, is that we have a period of dry weather, dust starts to become a problem, and we have to remind the operators on site that they need to sort out their dust suppression as per their construction management plan. That's what happens most of the time, but there is provision on there that says they've got to have something in place. So if in that scenario we have a report of dust and not complying with their construction management plan in terms of dust suppression, and that's a significant and ongoing issue on site, then yes, we can serve breach of condition notice.
Also, if I may come a little bit further, I know Councillor French wants to probably come in, but while I'm on the go, I might as well carry on. Also, we have problems with mud on the road as well. That happens outside the Taylor Wimpey site in Whittlesea. The highways accompanied me to the site, and we said you need to sweep this up. But our enforcement officer said, "Oh well, you know, the conditions on that site weren't strong enough," which I found a little bit disturbing, really. So I don't know how we're going to word them, but that is a big problem coming into the winter time as well. So I don't know if you can add a little bit of fuel to that fire, or douse it even.
Through you, Chairman, we do have a wheel wash / road sweeping condition, and again, more often than not, it's a case of reminding the site operator that they need to put that in operation as and when we have a period of gloop-inducing weather. That's normally the case. Yes, there have been in the past the occasional issue with a poorly wood condition, but we've addressed that now.
Oh, good. So that's helped my problem. Councillor French, do you want to come back in?
No, providing that condition with cleaning the road is adhered to, because again, the residents shouldn't have to suffer that. And the other thing is Elm Road, as you're well aware, Elm Road goes into a 60, and if there's mud on the road, there have been RTCs on that road. So I think the mud on the road is a big yes.
I absolutely agree with you. I think that should be worded in the strongest possible terms, the dust suppression and dust muck on the roads. I think we should reiterate that time and time again in our conditions if we're allowed to. So, Councillor Davis, sorry.
I think, while we're looking at a construction plan, should we not actually, because of the surrounding properties, we should have set times after which they can actually start work, because it seems to me a lot of these sites now are starting work at sort of 6, half 6, 7 o'clock in the morning, and that's not fair to the people that live around the sites.
Please, Nick.
Through you, the hours of working are standardised throughout the country, and that's what we would be putting on the what should I say, within the construction management plan. Members will be aware through some of the training sessions I've held with you, is that one of the COVID measures the government put in was to allow working up until I think it was either 9 or 10 o'clock at night, and that was 6 days a week. But that's now come to an end. So it's sort of reverting to normal times.
So would you like to come back on that, Councillor Davis, or are you happy with that? Councillor French again, please.
Thank you. No, I was going to ask Nick the question, but he's answered it. I'm glad the extension is gone. Yes, it was needed when we were going through the extent of COVID. But yeah, Councillor Davis is absolutely right. I mean, I have it next door to me, 6 o'clock in the morning. I've had it up the side of me, behind me, across the road. You name it. Fortunately, I do get up early. But we have a lot of elderly residents around that area, and it's just not fair that they have to suffer that.
No, we have got a duty to our residents. It's not all about building and profit. A duty of care, and hopefully that will be taken on board by officers.
But as you know, it is part of my county council division, and I will be watching it very strictly.
You have been warned, officers. Right, so getting back on track, we're still in questions to officers. Anybody else got any questions before I ask for? No? Right, so no questions. Thank you for that, Nick, for answering those. We're in debate, guys. Councillor French.
I think we've already done our debate.
Well, we
more than happy
through the questions to officers we have, but we'll carry on.
More than happy to support this application.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think the officers got this completely right this time. I'll be supporting this. Obviously, we need more care homes, etc., more care. So I'll be supporting this.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Topgood. Councillor Davis, thank you.
Yes, I will be supporting the application. We have an increasingly elderly population. Not all people can be cared for by their families, unfortunately. And I also don't think it would actually be detrimental to the area, so I will be supporting it.
Got a seconder for that, Councillor? We've got a proposal to go with officer recommendation to approve this application. It's proposed by Councillor Topwood, seconded by Councillor French. Would anybody like to vote on that proposal? Please put their hands up.
Providing the conditions.
Yeah, with the conditions, with the very appropriate conditions, which I think have been noted by the officers. So I think basically that's unanimous, Joe. That application has been approved. Thank you, members. while just to clarify, nobody wants a break yet, do they? We're still happy to carry on, aren't we? Yep. The sooner we get going, the sooner we're going to finish, aren't we? Right. Without further ado, I'll now hand over to Nikki Carter to present agenda item number 7, F/YR22-024F. So Nikki, when you're ready, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Agenda item 7 is a full application for two three-bed semi-detached. Agenda item 7 is a full application for 2 three-bed semi-detached houses and a triple garage with a 2-bed flat above. The site has been the subject of a number of applications and significant negotiation. Most recently, an outline application for a single dwelling and detached garage has been granted. As such, the principle of residential development on this site has been established. Amendments have been suggested during the course of the application to reduce the number of dwellings down to 2 to create an acceptable form of development. However, this has not been forthcoming. The application site is indicated in red on the location plan and aerial photograph. It is located in the centre of Chatteris on the southern side of King Edward Road, adjoining the conservation area and within the setting of a number of listed buildings. The former dilapidated barn has since been demolished and the site partially cleared, though a small brick outbuilding has recently been constructed and results in the site being an unusual shape. King Edward Road is narrow and there are double yellow lines preventing on-street parking. The proposed layout can be seen on this plan. The 2 semi-detached dwellings, plots 1 and 2, are located at the front of the site, with the triple garage and flat above, plot 3, to the rear. Access to the site is to the east, along 1 King Edward Road, leading to parking and garages at the rear. There's a narrow pinch point of 3.4 metres due to the presence of the neighbouring outbuilding. The proposed elevations and floor plans for the frontage, plots 1 and 2, can be seen here. And the triple garage with 2-bed flat above, plot 3, on this slide. The proposed street scene has been submitted, detailing plots 1 and 2 in relation to 1 King Edward Road to the left and the Conservative Club to the right. The layout of the previously referred to outline planning permission is detailed here for comparison, indicating an acceptable scheme for redevelopment of the site can be achieved. Photo 1 shows the western side of the site. Photo 2, the brick outbuilding and its relationship to the site. Photo 3, the side elevation of 1 King Edward Road forming the eastern boundary of the site. And photo 4, the side elevation of the Conservative Club viewed from the site. Photo 5 shows the site between existing buildings. 6, Bramley Cottage on the opposite side of the road, showing the proximity of the dwelling and garden to the road. And photo 7, the narrowness of King Edward Road and its character of boundary walls. The principle of development is supported and established, and redevelopment of this site has the potential to have a positive impact on the character of the area, subject to a suitable scheme being put forward. However, the current proposal is considered to be an overdevelopment of the site, which results in a significant detrimental impact on the residential amenity of surrounding dwellings, would not create a high-quality living environment for future occupants, and results in inadequate parking provision and vehicle movement. The recommendation is therefore one of refusal, as set out on page 108 of the agenda.
Thank you once again, Nikki. We have 2 sets of speakers on this application. First, I'd like to invite Alan Gowler again, Councillor Alan Gowler, to make his presentation to the committee. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon again, all. Again, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. Again, I'm speaking on behalf of Chatteris Town Council regarding the application to erect 2 3-bedroom dwellings and flat and garages on land west of 1 King Edward Road, Chatteris, which is an application that Chatteris Town Council supported. This piece of land, which is just off the town centre of Chatteris, has been an eyesore for many years and is in prime location for development. The application would provide 2 good quality houses, flat and garages within a prime location within the town. At the time we considered it, we did not consider this to be an overdevelopment, consider that to be a subjective opinion. We find it very surprising that parking is being taken into consideration within a town centre location, when in many cases, despite concerns raised by the town council, little to no consideration is made with other applications, including a very recent acceptance of an application on the former Baptist chapel along West Park Street to convert it into flats, with little to no provision being made for the many vehicles that will inevitably result from it. In conclusion, we would request that members take these observations into account when making their decision on this application. Thank you. Do I have any questions?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Gowler. Any questions for Councillor Gowler at all? You're getting really well off there. You're not getting any questions from members. Well done. Thank you. Must be clear.
Thank you very much, everyone, for your time.
Thank you. Now I'd like to invite Mr. Lee Bevans, he's the agent, and Darren Smith, the applicant, to make their presentation to the committee. You have 5 minutes between you, and how you make the time of 5 minutes is obviously up to yourselves. Thank you.
I've just noticed, I know the applicant. I didn't.
That's
fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
In which case I'll step back from this one.
Yeah, you're in quite in order to do that. The application hasn't been discussed or anything, so that's the best thing you could do. So
Take it aside.
please, well, or take a, yeah. Goodness.
Yeah.
Just can you make a note of that, Joe, Councillor Benny and Councillor? Right, so please start your presentation to the committee, -2 members. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. L. Bevans Associates has been working on this site now for some 8 years with different proposals for the site from various clients. And you will note that no application to date has been implemented for good reason. One of the main reasons is due to the associated costs with getting a scheme that is financially viable to implement. Not only are there associated costs with the former barn on the site and the regular antisocial behaviour until the site was more recently secured, but also additional costs associated with archaeology and contamination, both of which have yet to be carried out, as well as the escalating costs of materials and labour in the market. The extant consent is for 1 4-bedroom detached dwelling with detached garage on the site. This is the wrong site for this type of property in the centre of town, and you would expect smaller properties in this location. 1 single dwelling would go against national planning policies, including the NPPF, in not making the best use of the land available. The proposed scheme makes the best use of the site and is not overdevelopment, as it makes the best use of the land available and the context, and will make this eyesore of a site attractive to live at. It will offer a good variety of housing types, provide passive surveillance to both King Edward Road and the car parks to the Conservative Club and the George Hotel, and an overall positive contribution to the town. The proposed development will make a positive impact on the character of the area, both visually, economically and sustainably, being in the centre of town with access to public transport and local shops and amenities. The officer suggests that there are additional impacts on surrounding heritage assets over and above the extant scheme. However, there are no heritage assets affected by the proposal, either by overlooking or visual impact. 12 and 14 High Streets are completely out of view, with 1 King Edward Road blocking the view, and Chatteris House is largely obscured by Bramley Cottage and Spectacular Opticians. The Conservation Officer has made no objections to the scheme or raised concerns against heritage assets. The officer refers to inadequate parking provision. There are 5 car parking spaces provided on site, more than sufficient for this type of development, and more than some recent approved schemes, such as the Baptist Church and properties down South Park Street, which are further away from local amenities and public transport.
The client could have challenged the parking provision, but felt it was better for the residents and locals if parking were secured on site. A diagram was provided to the planning officer, which showed that there was sufficient manoeuvrability on the site for the proposed parking, as tracking diagrams are often very inflexible on irregular shaped sites such as this. The vast majority of comments online and from locals have been positive about the proposal, including the town council, and will see low-cost housing delivered in the centre of town, which will support the local economy and meet their aspirations of local people looking to get onto the property ladder. I do not agree that the proposed scheme is contrary to the local plan, the NPPF or National Design Guide policies. In fact, it embraces them, and on that basis, I'd ask members to reject the officer's recommendation and approve this scheme. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for taking the time today. My grandfather, Percy Smith, and my father, Trevor Smith, ran the building company Percy Smith Chatteris Limited for over 40 years, maintaining and building houses and schools and council buildings, including the one we're in Chatteris and the surrounding areas. When I left school, I didn't join the family business, much to their disappointment. 30 years on, after building up my own company, Agrimec, I now have the opportunity to do them proud by building quality homes in our hometown to help local people remain within Chatteris. We're also currently looking, and we have secured a site closer into Cambridgeshire as we move our company from West Norfolk into Cambridgeshire. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, gentlemen. Members, any questions to Mr. Smith or Mr. Bevan? Yeah, Councillor Sutton, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Yes, Mr. Bevans, just a question. I know on one of the drawings, you've got zincs around on the Oriel Bay windows. Can you explain to me what a zincs around is? It's not something that we used to use on agricultural buildings, is it? No, it's not. It's adding a slight contemporary detail to the housing. So it's basically a form of cladding to that Oriel Bay window. More often than not, it would probably be done in lead or it'd be framed out to be rendered because it's obviously lightweight construction. But zinc is a sustainable material and it's long lasting, but it was just to add some sort of feature to that gable, just a visual interest.
Thank you, Councillor Sutton. Anybody else? No burning desire to answer any? No. No. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you. So, members, moving on swiftly. Questions, clarifications to officers. Members, Councillor Davis. Thank you.
Yes. Can you confirm that the amenity space for the flat and both the two houses meets the requirements?
Good question.
The amenity space for plots 1 and 2 does meet the that of a plot, albeit in an awkward situation because of the design. There's no set amenity space for a flat. However, they're without a garage serving that plot. They don't have any internal storage. They just have a small external amenity area to the south.
Did you want to come back on that?
The information to help me decide. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. Right, so any more questions to officers at all? No, thank you. Thank you for answering that, Nikki. Right, so we're going to debate the application now. Who'd like to kick it off? Councillor Murphy, thank you.
Yeah, I might as well.
Absolutely.
Well, I've got to say that I do know this site. I lived 30 yards away from it for 60 years, for over 60 years. So I do know what we're talking about there. I will say as well, frequently, I've never seen any Roman centurions go up down there for an archaeological dig. I think it's absolutely ridiculous to keep doing these sort of things. It puts the cost up and nobody can afford to do it. And this is why the places around Chatteris, I keep on and on about it, are not done because of these digs. They had one across the road at Boadicea Court, next to the family house where we've been talking about. The whole of that area there was right next to the church, and they took nothing from there at all in an archaeological dig, and that cost hundreds of thousands of pounds to do at the time. I mean, they put so many houses in there, nice houses, so they actually could afford it at the end of it. But that to me is it's getting to sacrilege, this sort of thing. I really do. I think I personally would have rather have seen two in there, because when the person that owned it before put a application in, his name was Steve Colgrave, who had the asphalt shop. When he put that in, he had an argument with the officers because he wanted the gardens at the front and the two structures at the back. The argument was that everything along that road is frontage. So the officers wanted it at the front and the gardens put at the back. And he, knowing Steve as I did over the years he was there, a very awkward person, and he weren't going to bow down to the officers. So that's why it never, ever got done. And so it was nothing to do with anything else whatsoever. It was just his awkwardness, the way it was never done. I'll still go back to say, I would rather see two there. I think three is overdoing it a bit, to be perfectly honest with you. The thing that come out there as well, it said overlooking. Well, I call it bearer beware, because if you buy something down there like that, you know exactly what's next to it. There's only car parks, to be honest with you, next to it. There's nothing else whatsoever overlooking. I see people when they buy these places, like a place in Whittlesea. Every time I go over the railway line, I look at it and I think I'd never live there, because it must rattle every time a train goes by there. But people do live in those sort of places, and you will always get it. There will always be sold. So I don't think there's, like I said, buyer beware, and I think they know the consequences, so they should. They can't say anything about it whatsoever. As I say, I'm a bit this way maybe about it, but I think probably I err on the way of approval for it, because it is town centre. I don't think it's overdevelopment in a town centre. I think the one we talked about, the opposite side of the road, who's complaining about looking into their garden, that they never had an archaeological dig on there. They built this place on the side of the road. It was up to them whether they live in it or not. You can't tell people what they've got to do and how to do it. So I will go towards the approval of this, but I'll put the caveat in that I really wish it had been two and not three.
Well, I'm going to make a comment then. You certainly must have been very, 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 very young when you've been in that vicinity for 60 years, Councillor Murphy.
I know.
But unfortunately, you're certainly not old enough to see Roman centurions walk past. So well done for that. Okay, so still in debate after that history lesson by Councillor Murphy. Anybody else got anything to add to the debate? No? No? Oh, Councillor French, the last one, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it's excuse me. I think it's a bit crammed. I suppose it's possible, but my concern is, parking. As you know, we're trying to get civil parking enforcement brought in throughout the district, and it's all very well to say you don't need car parking in a town centre. Well, it's going to get to the stage that all town centres there is not going to be enough car parking. As you're aware, Fenland at this time, we have free car parking right across the district, and will continue to do so unless the government force us to bring paid parking in. But there is a limit of what the council can afford to maintain as car parks, and it's not Fenland District Council's statutory duty to supply free car parking for people who are building all in and around the. So I'm a bit concerned about the overdevelopment. I've listened to what Councillor Murphy said, but I'm not sure this time I can support you.
No, thank you. Very pertinent points there, Councillor French. Fenland hasn't got the responsibility to park everybody's car on car parks. You're absolutely correct. It costs money for doing just that. Right, so we're still in debate. Anybody else want to add to the debate? Councillor Topgood?
Yeah, I'm, for the second time today, I'm torn between two choices on this one. I'd like to see lots more new houses built because we urgently need them. I do think this does constitute too many on the plot. Two would have been quite nice. The amenities would have been not quite nice for it. But as I say, I'm quite torn. I agree with Councillor Murphy in some of it, and I agree with Councillor French. So at the minute, I'm torn between the two.
As you should be until the debates are all finished, then it's make your mind up time, isn't it? So, yeah, any more? Councillor Sutton, thank you.
Yeah, I agree that the plot would suit two much better than it suits three. And it seems that, you know, that's a general consensus. If it had two, you know, the rear garden, I just don't like it at all. You know, a fence on, I was going to say on the, something rude there, but on the sosh, you know, it just doesn't go with me at all. I don't, you know, and if there's only two there, you know, it would be some nice gardens in there and plenty of parking. Perhaps a double garage in the back there for each of the dwellings would suit the site far better. So I think on balance, you know, I agree with Councillor French that it is overdeveloped. And I don't really like that dwelling that close to the car park of the Conservative Club. I don't think that's ideal at all. So I think, yeah, I think on balance, I'm going to go with the officer's recommendation, Chairman.
Yep, thank you very much, Councillor Sutton. We're still in debate. Anybody like to add to it? No, can't see any, no. Right, so we're going to close the debate now and we're going to look for any officer comments on this, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Just to highlight to members that the officer concerned with this scheme can be sort of narrowed down to the relationship of the plots on the front to that opposite. So the concern is the impact of this scheme on its neighbour, not the other way round. So the buyer beware thing doesn't quite apply in that instance for that. And secondly, in relation to the car parking, the point made by the case officer is that the internal size of the car parking garages is below the standard that is required. And therein lies the issue. What's the point in providing a car parking space if you can't get a car in it? And that's the key thing for us. I'm not sure if anybody else wishes to.
Yeah, lovely. Any other officer like to add to that?
I think also in respect of the parking, there were concerns that obviously we can't, the agent did provide a plan which indicated allocated spaces for each plot, but there's no guarantee that that could be adhered to. And then with more cars parked within that parking area, we then had concerns that actually you weren't able to maneuver within the area or turn to be able to get out of that narrow pinch point on the access successfully.
Really interesting. So any more questions for officers? No. No. Okay then, so we're in for a proposal. Who would like to propose? Councillor French?
Thank you. I'd like to move the officer's recommendations.
So we've got a proposal to go with officer's recommendation to refuse this application. It's proposed by Councillor French. Have we got a seconder for that? Councillor Mayor. So with that proposal in mind to refuse this application, would everybody like to with a show of hands to see what happens? Thank you. Those against? Any abstentions? Councillor, that application has been refused. So now, ladies and gentlemen, this is the time where Councillor Davis and I leave.
Can we get the other two councillors?
Yeah, well, I'm just,
Otherwise, there's no
you know,
committee left.
you know me, Councillor French, I like to be in front. Councillor Davis and I will leave the room, or and it's for you to elect another chair, ladies and members, for this application only when we have left. Thank you.
Thank you, members. As the chairman and vice chairman have declared their interest in this application, a nomination is required for someone to chair the meeting for this item only. I would remind members that a cabinet member is unable to chair the meeting. Can I have a nomination for chairman for this item, please?
I would like to propose Councillor Mayor.
Can I have a seconder for this nomination, please? Thank you. Any further nominations? In the absence of any further nominations, I hereby declare that Councillor Mrs Mayor has been appointed chairman for this item. Thank you.
I will now hand over to Teresa Nicholl, Senior Development Officer, to present application FYR 21-0713F, agenda item number 8, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This is a full application for a change of use of land at Horsemore Road, Wimbledon, for change of use to a traveller site, including the siting of 3 static caravans, 3 touring caravans, a water treatment plant, the keeping of horses associated with the development, and part use of the existing stables as a day room. The site lies to the north of Horsemore Road, and it's outside of a settlement boundary, so it's in the countryside. The approved Spinney Traveller site is to the west. There are currently 2 unauthorised traveller sites situated to the east, for which we have pending planning application submitted. There's an authorised travelling show person site to the southwest on the other side of Horsemore Road. The site measures approximately 1,158 square metres in area, and it's situated within flood zone 3. The officer photos highlight the position of the proposed pitches within the wider site. The conifer screen along the west boundary that is within the Spinney site can be seen on the left of the top left photo. And the bottom photograph shows you the access across, which is in that photo, across the rear of the site, but it's to the west of the land off Horsemore Road. The location plan shows the application site edged in red, and the land in the ownership of the applicants is in blue on that plan. This block plan shows the proposed site layout, including the existing stables to the rear, part of which is to be used as a day room. There's the 3 static caravans, 3 tourers, and associated parking. This slide shows the proposed access layout that was required by the local highway authority. If members are minded to approve the application, condition 5 requires the access to be laid out and surfaced in accordance with this plan. Sufficient information has been submitted to demonstrate that the applicant and the proposed occupiers of the site meet the definition of a gypsy traveller as set out in the National Planning Policy for gypsy travellers. The proposal is assessed to have an acceptable impact upon the character and appearance of the area, and together with the approved Spinney Traveller site to the west, is tipping into the limit of scale of such development that it has the potential to dominate the nearest settled community. However, the size of the site compared to the pitches and suitable landscaping help to reduce such impact. As this matter is finely balanced, the personal circumstances of the applicant and the family have been taken into account and are found to outweigh any issue of dominance in this particular case. The site is located in flood zone 3, but there are no sites allocated within the Fenland local plan for travellers, and the local authority does not have an up-to-date gypsy and traveller needs assessment. It's therefore considered that the sequential test with regard to flood risk is passed. The provision of additional traveller and gypsy accommodation does bring wider public benefits, and the development can be made safe over its lifetime. The application therefore accords with the relevant policies of the development plan, and there are no other material considerations which weigh against the proposal. Therefore, the application is recommended for approval, subject to the conditions set out in the report.
Thank you, Teresa. We have one speaker on this application. I would like to invite Mr. Joseph Jones, the agent, to make his presentation to the committee. Thank you, Mr. Jones. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you for giving me time to speak today. I'm here with the applicant, Mr. Davis. We've engaged with the council to put together an application which we hoped would be acceptable. And we redesigned the layout of the site after consulting with the council to a layout that they preferred. As there's no unmet need in the district, the consent here would be a positive initiative mitigating against the unmet need. The National Planning Policy Framework, its planning policy for traveller sites, is supportive of the provision for gypsies of sites in certain circumstances, as in this case, and as is your recommendation in this case. And there's no significant objections locally to the application. There's a number of material considerations when taken separately or together can outweigh harm, policy issues or other considerations. Our case includes the primacy of the child, which has to be taken into consideration. The applicants are travellers and have gypsy status for planning purposes. There's an unmet need for more pitches within the district and in the region as a whole, and this fact alone carries significant weight. The proposed residents need a place to live, and the council needs to balance its duty of care, the unmet need, targets for pitches in the area, and residual obligations carried forward from the Housing Act. The Equality Act 2010, the Human Rights Act are also engaged in the situation and needs to be given weight. A necessary 5-year supply of land for gypsy travel community needs to be considered, and if a local authority cannot demonstrate an up-to-date 5-year supply of deliverable sites, then the MPPF says a consent should be granted. And those targets should be reviewed annually. At the moment, and that's a policy failure. The site is sustainable. Any new site in the area is going to be in the open countryside. The application has limited impact and additional screening can be carried out. There are no objections in policy terms that are not outweighed by the personal circumstances or other considerations. Planning guidance says that if a condition can address concerns raised by a planning application, then consent should be granted with relevant condition. And we viewed the conditions that are proposed with the report, and we agreed to those conditions being reasonable. And in conclusion, the site is available, deliverable and sustainable. Finally, we urge the committee to look favourably on our planning application and grant planning consent. If there's any questions, I'm more than happy to answer.
Thank you. I notice on 5.1 Wimbledon Parish Council, they've got no objection to the 3 static caravans, but object to the 3 touring caravans. Can you tell me how often these touring caravans will be back forward or?
Can't quite hear actually.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Bit better, yeah.
The Wimbledon Parish Council have no objection to the 3 static, but are objecting to the 3 touring. Can you tell me how often the touring ones will be back and forward and how long roughly they might stay for?
Touring caravans don't usually, they're not taken off site very often. I mean, as a gypsy traveller family, to maintain gypsy status, they are required to travel annually and to maintain their gypsy status. But when people go off site, they don't go off in the morning, come back in the evening. So, you know, if they're traveling for 3 months, which is normally the period that's required a minimum of 3 months for people to maintain their status, they might only go back, you know, 2 or 3 times. So the number of movements for the touring caravans would be minimal.
Yeah, if you press your button, you might be able to hear me better. Thank you. Thank you for that. They don't like 2 on at once. Yeah, that actually you've answered the question. So you're not going to be out. And yeah, that's, thank you.
Sorry, just to clarify then, the touring caravans are owned by the static caravan owners, or they are separate families?
Now it's one pitch is normally regarded as one stack.
Sorry, that's fine. That makes perfect sense. And also, can I just clarify? You're not looking to run 7.5 ton lorries or anything bigger than that out of that, because the roads down there, the road links are pretty tight, to say the least. Sorry.
So we have one van.
Okay, great.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. Jones, just one problem I have, and that is the proposal that on the site plan to plant hedgerow right adjacent to the ditch. Now that does concern me somewhat with regards to maintenance, because you know it's in the applicant's own interest to keep that ditch clear, as well as you know the general area. So that does present a bit of a problem for me. I see the stable is already quite close. Probably the applicant could confirm whether he can get by that for maintenance or not.
Can I just add a personal note that I've actually known this family for probably in excess of 15, 16 years, or maybe longer than that. And they're very fastidious about the way
they interrupt. That's rather short for travellers. They usually know one another for donkey's years.
Well, if you come from, you know, some families, you know, longer than others, you know, whether you pass across or not. But and they're very fastidious in their lifestyle and their approach to living. Maybe when you did, I don't know if you went on the site visit the other day. They're, you know, very tidy by nature, and I can guarantee that they will look after any, you know, because what they want to create is a nice home for themselves and their children that, you know, can be a once in a lifetime event for them. You know, I think you've seen with the site next door, although the people next door are slightly different because they're Irish travellers, and this are, I mean, there's nothing wrong with Irish travellers. I was married to one for a number of years. So, you know, I can say that. What I was going to say is the Irish travellers next door, you know, have had a, you know, a very good sort of record, I think. Their residence down there hasn't caused any trouble, you know, and they're good people. You know, that's, I don't know what the point I was making there because I got put off by, I got put off by the response.
You did veer off a little bit from the drainage issue, I must add. My concern, and it seems like, you know, you've taken on board that, and I've seen the nod from the applicant that, you know, that they have to understand whether it be a traveller site or any other site that, you know, the issues with drainage in the area.
Well, I mean, we have a landscaping condition.
Fundamental to us all.
Yeah, there's a landscaping condition on that's going to accompany the event. So, you know, the event, if it's granted consent. So, I don't know if that could be tweaked, but I know that they will look after the hedge, and no one's going to want it to get too big. And also, it's no one's interest if it were to impinge on any way in the drainage ditch. I mean, especially in Fenland, you know.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. And it doesn't appear anyone else has any questions for you. You can, thank you. I'd now like to invite members to put questions to the officers. If you'd like to ask a question, please can you raise your hand? Councillor French? Oh, sorry. Okay, Councillor French.
Thank you. Yeah, obviously it's drainage is a great concern to me. I do sit on the authority at county and also on 5 drainage boards across Fenland. With regard to the dike ditch or whatever, I'm assuming it is a riparian dike. Yeah, so I don't know who owns the other part of it, but certainly County Council after the floods of December 2020, we have mapped the whole of March and we're mapping the rest of the county. And dikes and ditches that have been filled in, we are taking quite a tough line. They're going to have to be dug out and maintained properly. So I think that will mitigate the flooding issue, if anything, and bearing in mind this is on flood zone 3. So our question, are officers satisfied that will work on flood zone 3?
Council, we didn't have any objections from the Environment Agency on this application. We did consult the drainage board, but we didn't get a response on this occasion. Sort of tying in with the landscape issue, then we have got a landscape condition, and which is not primarily aimed at putting landscaping along the bottom of that site next to the drain. It's more aimed at the front and the side of the site.
If I may come back, with regard to the Environmental Agency, we did have a training session, a planning training session a few weeks ago, and the Environmental Agency basically said, it's down to your drainage boards, we're not interested.
Yeah, a question to probably Nick or David, I guess. We're here now, and you know the recommendation is to approve mobile homes, which are the most vulnerable in flood zone 3. We've got 2 applications later on the agenda for dwellings in flood zone 2 and 3, I think. We've got no objection from the Environment Agency. The inspector overrun the site next door and said flood zone 3 wasn't a problem. Can you understand the frustration of us as members, the agents, the developers, and the general public, whereby we potentially going to pass this in flood zone 3 and potentially going to turn down 2 later applications in the same flood zone? It doesn't make any sense to me now. It didn't make any sense to me when I was portfolio holder for planning. I had discussions with Alan Payne back in the day. I had discussions with Gary Garford back in the day. And I'm saying exactly the same now as I was saying then. It is bonkers that we can approve things in Wisbeach in flood zone 3, but we can't anywhere else. And also we can approve the most vulnerable type of dwelling in flood zone 3 in Wilmington, but we can't approve housing in flood zone 3. Millions and millions and millions of pounds have been spent on the Lean Barrier Bank and the Ouse Barrier Bank in recent years, in the last 10 years. And in fact, the Ouse Barrier Bank work is ongoing as we speak. The middle level I've just approved raising the banks on their Bedford Bank. I would guess we are the most safe area in Cambridgeshire as far as protection is concerned. So going back to what I said earlier on, can you and are you as frustrated as we are that we have this barrier put in front of us time and time and time again, when even the Environment Agency say that because of the defences we've got, and in the last 10 years, the St Germans pumping station, and millions of pounds everywhere else, they're saying we're not at risk.
Yeah, I think I know what the question is.
Do you? I did ask the question. Do you share the frustration that we?
Through you, Chairman. Thank you very much, Councillor Sutton, for the very long question. What you have to do is you have to compartmentalise what are essentially 3 different situations going on. So if we look firstly at the principle of flood risk, the government's policy is quite clear, is developing in flood risk areas as a last resort. In the context, well, secondly, in the context of the Wisbech situation, for example, the government acknowledges that there are certain major settlements, Boston, Wisbech, which are subject, well, Boston is 100, if not 110% underwater flood risk wise. And in that scenario, you can't have a situation whereby no development is allowed in the whole of that town ever again, because that would just see the ruination of that town. And it's for that same reason that we've taken the approach that we have for the urban extent, the existing urban extent of Wisbech. So where you've got a redevelopment proposal within the Wisbech area, the fact that it's a redevelopment site and it's already slap bang in the middle of Wisbech, then we're accepting that development should take place and it's appropriate. Where you're talking about general residential development outside of a settlement or within a small scale settlement, we're following government policy that says you've got to, if it's not a specific allocated site, you've got to undertake a sequential test, and that's what we have to do, and that's set out in policy that's been adopted by ourselves as a local authority, as well as there being the national policy. And when it's come to Gypsy and Traveller sites, the inspector has assessed the difficult position that the local authority is in relation to its out of date Chitana, its inability to demonstrate that it's got sites allocated for Gypsy and Traveller plots, plus the flood risk issue, and has determined on that previous appeal that notwithstanding the flood risk situation, in their eyes, the sequential test has been passed. I wholeheartedly accept there are, as a matter of principle, an issue of inconsistency, but I think what you have to do is focus on the fact that the gypsy and traveller position is more unique than is the case for general residential development. So I'm not sure if Therese wants to add in anything to that.
That's pretty much what I was going to say, Nick.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Madam Chairman, that was pretty well much what I expected and pretty well much what I already know. My question was, are officers as frustrated about it as we are?
Do we each get a vote in this? But personally, I'm not frustrated.
Okay, Councillor Topgood, did you want to come in with a question? Okay, thank you. Thank you, everybody. I would now like to invite members to debate the item in respect of the material planning considerations relevant to this application. If you would like to speak, please raise your hand. Councillor Topgood.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, once again, I think the officers have got this right. It's a nice site. The families living there are going to have a really nice place to live. Children are going to grow up in a nice place. I wholly support this, so I'll be supporting going with officers' recommendation.
Councillor Mrs. French.
Yeah, totally agree.
No, thank you.
I would now like to invite members to make a proposal on this application. Please do so by raising your hand. Councillor Mrs. French.
Yeah, I'd like to move the officers' recommendations.
Thank you. A second, please. Councillor Topgood. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the proposal. Right. We'll now go to the vote. Thank you. Can I have a show of hands, please? If you support the proposal, please raise your hand. Any against? Okay, thank you. Well done. Thank you.
Madam Chairman, since you're still in the chair, are we having a tea break?
If you would like a tea break, have a tea break.
Thank you.
We're having a break. What time is it? I've lost track of time. Shall we have till 15:15? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, thank you, members, for coming back so promptly. Right, so without further ado, we'll hand over to Teresa Nicol. Obviously, she's a planning officer, to agenda item number 9, F/YR 21/1440. It's a variation of conditions. So, Teresa, whenever you're ready, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This is an application to vary conditions and remove conditions that were attached to planning permission FYR 120630F for the erection of 9 dwellings on the site of the former Christchurch Memorial Hall, 11 Church Road, Christchurch. There is an update to the main report. We've received a further amended plan. It's an amended site plan which provides a version that is 08N, and I've put that plan in the presentation. The plan only changes the landscaping and has been submitted as a result of comments from both myself and FDC's tree officer with regard to the location of certain tree species in proximity to the drain runs. The amended plan just revises the position of some of the trees and species to align with the suggestions made by the tree officer. The proposed layout, the dwellings, the design and all other respects remain as previously proposed and consulted on. The proposed conditions, if this is approved, will be updated as necessary to refer to this amended plan. There's also an error in paragraph 2.1 of the main report which describes the site. The old schoolhouse is referred to as a single dwelling when in fact it is a pair of semi-detached dwellings named the Old Schoolhouse, which is the property to the east, and the Old School, which is the property to the west. Okay, so the location plan shows the site in the context of its surroundings. The Christchurch, which is grade 2 listed, is to the west. The Old School and the Old Schoolhouse to the northwest and adjoin the site. They're sort of in the cutout bit, so inside the L shape. The residential development to the east and the open land to the south. This shows this new revised plan that we've received and obviously shows the layout. There's 1 pair of semi-detached houses facing Church Road and 7 detached houses. This shows the plan that was approved under the 2012 application, and although it's coloured, so it looks slightly different, the layout is almost identical. It can be seen that the number of dwellings and their scale is largely the same as previously approved. The changes to the approved scheme are set out on pages 136 and 137 of the report and include some slight changes in design detail to the dwellings. An example of this is shown in the next slides. Replacement of full hipped roof on the detached garages with a dual pitched roof, and the following changes to the layout. There's an amendment to fencing detail to the side of plot 2 and the front side of plot 6, 7 and 9. This changes the fencing to black estate railings. There's a slight amendment to the position of plot 7, which corrects an error. There's a correction of an error on plot 6. House type A was shown to be too narrow and has now been adjusted. There's an amendment to the driveway and parking to plot 8. Column street lighting has been changed to bollard lighting. A buried LPG tank has been added in the corner of the site nearest to plot 6. And there's a change from green chain link fencing to green weld mesh fencing to the west and south boundaries where adjoining the churchyard and the countryside. And that would be supplemented with native hedge planting. The left-hand photo is looking up the site from the street. The right-hand photo is looking across the site from the boundary with the churchyard, standing at the rear of the church. The top left photo is from that position, but looking towards the rear of the old schoolhouse. The top right photo is looking across the site to the residential development to the east. And the bottom photo is looking towards the side of the old schoolhouse from the site frontage. I'll just note that small window that you can see in the side elevation of the outbuilding that's referred to in the objection raised by the occupant of this property. This shows, this is just an example of the house types. All the plans for the house types are within the main report. This is the approved plan and elevation for house type A that was approved under the 2012 permission. You'll note that there's the decorative ridge detail and there's 2 chimneys on that dwelling. If you bear what that looks like in mind, the next slide shows you the revision for house type A. So it looks exactly the same, except one of the chimneys is removed and the detailed ridge design is removed. Otherwise, it's the same. And that is the sort of similar differences on all of the dwelling types. So this is an application to remove and vary the conditions imposed on the 2012 permission for the 9 dwellings. The approved development is capable of being built out. Therefore, the matters to be considered are the differences between the approved and the proposed scheme. The revised plans are not significantly different to the approved scheme and will not result in any further significant impact on the surrounding area, historic environment or the neighbours. The opportunity has been taken during the assessment of this application to update all the relevant conditions and ensure that no further submissions will be required should this application be approved. The development as proposed is acceptable and recommended for approval, subject to the updated conditions to reflect the revised plans and submissions.
Yep, thank you very much, Teresa. We have no speakers on this application, so I therefore invite members to put questions, clarifications to officers. If you'd like to ask a question, please raise your hand. So questions to officers, Councillor French. Thank you.
Thank you. So the original application was 2012 when it was approved. It was 10 years ago. Has anything actually happened on site since then? Or does this actually require, rather than change of conditions, rather require a full application?
I did do some investigation on this and I received confirmation from building control that the foundations for one of the garages were put in 2016 following discharge of the relevant conditions. Also, some of the buildings on site have been demolished. And on the balance of probabilities, my assessment is that that development was commenced.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sutton, thank you.
Yeah, that is exactly right. I mean, I don't really understand why there's any question about it, because the 2012 permission application was for erection of 9 dwellings involving demolition of existing hall and buildings. So as soon as that hall and buildings are demolished, you know, as the planning is held. But I do know for a fact, because I spoke to the chap that was doing it, and his name was Colin Ingram, that the garage based on plots 2 and 3 was put in at that stage, because I walked on site and spoke to him about it. So I can absolutely confirm there's no issue with, you know, that happening. I can tell you that it did. One other thing, question to officers is about the latest iteration of the plan. And I must say, you know, I don't know, we're probably 4, maybe 5 iterations in from when the plan came in, and officers have worked with the agent to accommodate very generously, in my view, the request of the old schoolhouse and the schoolhouse, the old school and the schoolhouse, to be able to access their cesspit for empty. On the original 2012 plan, I think there was just a very narrow 1 metre wide pathway to go down, and through negotiation, the applicant and agent have actually made it better so they can reverse down and get closer to it. So, you know, well done for that. That's really good. Yeah, and I'm coming on to my next question. On 08N, there's a discrepancy between that and MTC's plan. And if you're saying that it's got to be built to comply with 08N, it can't be. Because 08N shows the services going from the road down to the back of the site, and it shows the services, water, electricity and BT, going right through the attenuation cage. So I think I have no problem with the plan, but I think before we can give the decision notice, 08N needs revising to show, unless I'm told that there's such a minor thing that, you know, it's de minimis, it doesn't matter, but it can't, because there's a direct conflict between MTC's drawing and the Peter Humphrey drawing.
Well, spotted Councillor Sutton, perhaps you'd like to reply to Councillor Sutton's concerns, Teresa.
Yeah, the plan has changed a lot because I've been working with the agent to try and clear up their outstanding condition, and I had not picked that up on the most recent plan. However, I think because that's below ground services, my personal view would be that could be de minimis and they could just deal with that. If members are minded to want them to deal with it, otherwise we could do that. But because it doesn't change the appearance of the development, I think it's more of a building control issue potentially. I would say it's de minimis and they could deal with it.
I just wanted to bring that forward because, as I say, there is a direct conflict. So.
Yep, so we're still in questions for officers. Councillor Scolding.
Yes, I'll start with, I'd like to congratulate you on a fantastic design, because if you've been in, helped with this design, I think it looks fantastic. But the only thing I will say, will there be a ransom strip on the south boundary, or will it go to the boundary as shown? Reason why, are they planning on building more down there?
It's not really for consideration as part of this application because we're considering what's in front of us. I don't know is the answer to that question. But obviously if they did, then that would be for future consideration, and whether they build in a ransom strip or not would be up to them. It's not a planning issue. I do not take any credit for the design because it was already approved as such. It's only been tweaked slightly.
Well, it looks very good.
Yeah, Councillor Scolding, you know, with respect, and as you know as well as anybody else, we've got to look at what's in front of us and not what may happen in 2 to 3 years or 6 months' time. So your points is an excellent point, but obviously we can't take that into consideration this afternoon, but thanks. So still questions to officers at all? No. So we'll nip into debate then. So anyone would like to kick this debate off then, please? Councillor Scolding first, if you like.
Okay, thank you very much. I think the officers got this right.
Okay.
And I'd be happy to go along with it. Thank you.
Councillor, did you want to come in there?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would like once again to say that, you know, from where we started, I don't know whether members have been back on the planning portal to see the original drawing, particularly the bit around, as I mentioned, the issue of the cesspit for the schoolhouse and the old school. I think this has an excellent result through working in partnership. So that's credit to both officers and the agents. I I think there is some negatives to be quite honest, but I think there's some really positives as well. One of them being, as I've just mentioned, I think the new fencing is a big improvement on the proposed chain link fence. That, you know, I don't think that's unquestionable really. I like the bollard lighting. I think there's quite a big bird and bat population around there. You know, it comes from the wooded area around the church, and low level lighting, you know, is much better ecologically. So that's a plus point. The negatives is the nice finials that they did have on the roof, but they're so expensive, and I can quite understand why they would want to take them off, because, you know, while they do look nice, and the false chimneys, of course, that I think they did balance out quite nicely as well, but I don't think they take that much away from it to make it unacceptable. So on the whole, I think it's well done. They've listened to the residents. There are some residents that have been complaining about the development in the whole, you know, saying, you know, it shouldn't be developed, but that, you know, that is really, unfortunately, that ship has sailed. You know, it's got extant permission, so it's all those fine details. I'd just like to say well done to everyone involved, and let's hope we soon get the diggers in the ground.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Sutton. Anybody else, because we're still in debate, anybody want to add? No? Can't see it. Right, officers, would you like to have a sum up? Nothing from you, Teresa, no? Right, so we're looking for a proposal now. Councillor Scolding, would you like to outline your proposal? And I think you'd like this, yeah, okay. So we've got a proposition on the table to go with officer's recommendation to approve this application proposed by Councillor Scolding and seconded by Councillor Sutton. Could we vote on that proposal, please? Thank you.
Unanimous decision, Chairman.
That's a unanimous decision. Thank you, members. That application has been approved. Thank you. So now we'll quickly move on to application number 10. Now I'll hand over to Teresa Nicol to present this application, F/YR 220565/0. Teresa, would you like to start again, please, when you'll feel able to? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This is an outline application to erect up to 2 dwellings with all matters reserved except for access. It's on land west of 167 Gall Road, March. This shows the site in relation to the surroundings. The edge of the built development along Gall Road, which is, you can see in the location plan, is approximately 40 metres from the eastern edge of the application site. There's a pylon and cable supported by that pylon as shown on the drawing to the west of the site. The top left photo, well, all the photos pretty much are just shown looking across at the site. If you look at the top right photo, where there's that sort of, it looks like a pile of rubble, that is the front of the site there. And obviously you can see the edge of the built development in the background. The other drawing clearly shows just looking slightly the other way, and you can see the pylon. Okay, so this plan shows the location plan and the indicative site plan and elevations. I would point out that the decision would only be made on the site plan and the access point, which is to the right-hand side of the plot. All the other drawings are indicative, and the decision is not being made on those plans. Only the principle of development and access are being considered. The site is well related to the primary market town of March, to which new development should be directed as set out in the settlement hierarchy of policy LP3 of the local plan. It also provides an access which would be suitable subject to conditions had the application been recommended for approval. However, the site lies within flood zone 3, which is land at the greatest risk of flooding. No evidence has been submitted as to why this site should be developed, as sequentially no more suitable sites on land at less risk of flooding are available. As such, the proposal fails the sequential test and is in conflict with policy LP14, Part B of the Fenland Local Plan, and policy H2C of the March Neighbourhood Plan. It's also in conflict with paragraph 167 of the MPPF and guidance on the sequential approach to flood risk as set out in the National Planning Policy Guidance, which seeks to direct development first to areas at lowest risk of flooding. I would point out that because Fenland does have in excess of a 5-year housing land supply and allocated sites in March, there will be other land at less risk of flooding that is available. Also, the development has a poor visual relationship to the local area due to its separation and isolation from the built edge of March, and it appears to have been randomly placed. This will result in an incongruous form of development contrary to policy LP16D of the local plan and paragraph 130 of the MPPF. I would point out, as set out in the site history in the report, that the site has been refused for residential development twice. The last application was a 2015 application and was refused in 2016. It was for development of the wider site, but included this site, and that was for 90 dwellings. In 2013, that one was determined under the current local plan policy. In 2013, a single dwelling was refused. Both applications were refused for flood risk reasons. So therefore, because of the lack of information and passing of the sequential test and the appearance, the application is recommended for refusal for those 2 reasons.
Yeah, thanks once again, Teresa. We have one speaker on this application. I'd now like to invite Tim Slater, of course, he's the agent, to make his presentation to the committee. When you're safely seated, you have 5 minutes, Mr. Slater. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman, members. The officer recommends refusal on this scheme on 2 grounds, which I address below. However, to start, it's pertinent to note there is significant local support for the scheme with 16 letters of support, none in objection, and the town council is supportive of the proposal. The site is in a sustainable and accessible location on the edge of March, which has good access by road, cycle and footpath to the town centre. The new Gore Road cycleway passes immediately to the south of the site, giving enhanced and sustainable access to the town. Indeed, the site is closer and more accessible to the town centre than much of the existing town itself. The adopted local plan enables new development on the edge of market towns under the provisions of LP4, LP3 and LP4. And LP4 notes that development of up to 249 dwellings can be acceptable on the edge of market towns on unallocated land. The application site sits close to the established developments north of Gore Road and adjacent to the allocation and BCP area to the south of Gore Road. In terms of planning history, it's common ground with the officers that there was at least 1 dwelling on and associated outbuildings on the site until comparatively recently. Certainly the 1999 Google Earth view shows that this was the case. Whilst clearly the site has been cleared in the interim, it remains previously developed land. It is not agricultural land, nor does it form part of the wider land holding of the land between Gore Road and the river. It is contended that the historic presence of the dwelling on site is material and can be a material consideration. It provides an indication of the built form and development along Gore Road. Furthermore, it shows that Gore Road, as is common with many Fenland roads, has a characteristic of a sporadic individual houses. The planning weight to be given to the history of the site, as set out in the statute, is a matter for the decision maker, i.e. this committee. In terms of flood risk, the application was accompanied by site-specific flood risk assessment as required by the council's validation requirements. It's noted that the EA raised no objection to the scheme and there is no consultation response from mid-level commissioners as IDB on file. The site does lie within a land shown as flood zone 3 within the Environment Agency flood map for planning. However, members will be aware that this mapping is based on the assumption that the land is undefended, i.e. the existing flood defences are not taken into consideration. Now, clearly the Fens is one of the oldest, best understood, best defended and best managed river systems in the country. And consequently, the actual risk from flooding is not reflected in the EA mapping, as in practice, the site, in common with most of Fenland, is subject to layered engineering and management defences. The site flood risk assessments clearly sets out the risks and mitigations and confirms that the site is within a defended area, benefiting from several engineered defences that offered layered protection to the site, such that the development can be made safe from the threat of flooding for its lifespan. That is a 100-year event, taking into account climate change. The flood risk assessment makes it clear that the water courses that would put the site within EA flood zone 3 are those which are protected by the Whittlesea Washes barrier bank and the mid-level barrier bank. And those defences are obviously established and provide protection in excess of a 1 in 100-year eventuality. This being the case, it is clear that the site is not at significant actual risk from flooding. It's noted there is significant local support for the proposal as set out in the officer's report, and these neighbours' comments set out a number of reasons why the proposal is beneficial and could be approved. Overall, it is a small residential proposal seeking a beneficial use for a residual residential plot on the edge of March Town. It is not considered that it would be harmful to local visual amenity as set out, and as set out, the matters of flood risk are accounted for. It's therefore requested that planning permission be granted. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Slater, for that. Members, questions, clarifications to Mr. Slater? Councillor French first, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Slater. If this application was approved, can you tell me how the link up would be to the sewage? Would this be a cesspit or would it be linked up to the main? Okay, are you aware that land, I need to get my directions right here, land to the north and also to the west of that site is planned for to be handed over to Fenland District Council with the extension of West End Park?
I'm aware that's a proposal in the emerging local plan.
It's not emerging local plan, it's going to happen.
Well, I'm aware that it is shown in the emerging local plan. I'm not aware of the process by which that is.
Well, the condition was put on, I believe it was 2003, 2004. Now that the other site, Cannonkirk, are actually completed all their house building. Thank you.
Any more questions for Mr. Slater? No, can't. Oh, Councillor Sutton, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. You say that there used to be a dwelling there, Mr. Slater. I'm sure you did say that, didn't you?
Yes, there was a dwelling there. It was knocked down sometime this century.
I say I've been about here for a while. I don't remember it, and I'm not saying that it wasn't there. I remember it being a shed down there on that side of the road, but whether that was the same area or not. But you would agree with me that the accommodation has been abandoned.
It's not there, Councillor Sutton.
Yeah, I mean, the property was demolished some time ago.
Okay, thank you for those comments, Councillor Sutton. Councillor French again, please.
If I can just clarify what Councillor Sutton said. I moved here in 1984 and that building was definitely there until the late 80s. But it was knocked down several, and I think it was an old cottage, I'm not sure. Yeah, it definitely was there.
Well, okay, we've clarified that point. There was one there, but obviously there isn't now. So any more questions before we let Mr. Slater go? Can't see any more. Thank you very much. Questions, members? clarifications to officers? Councillor Davis, thank you. Sorry, nearly missed you. Sorry.
Mr. Slater seems to be negating the need for a sequential test by virtue of the systems that we have in place in Fenland. But despite what he says, we still need those sequential tests to be done. Can you just confirm? I mean, they have to be done, and it's not a matter for his opinion, is it?
Is David or someone to?
Thank you. Through you, Chairman. Yeah, the Cambridgeshire Flood and Water Supplementary Planning document. I'll give you the direct quote. The presence of existing defences should not be taken into consideration when undertaking the sequential test. The maintenance of the defences may change over time, and climate change will have an impact on the level of protection that they offer, particularly in low-lying areas noted for their organic substrata. These are generally peaty areas which are prone to desiccation and shrinkage. So it's there in adopted planning policy that the existence of flood defences should not be taken into consideration.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Questions for officers? Councillor Sutton, thank you.
Yeah, I'll come back on that one, David, because I read this morning from the Environment Agency, I'm pretty well sure it was the Environment Agency, that on one of these applications, I don't know which one it was now, the Environment Agency said because of the flood defences we've got, it lowered the flood risk into the one below it. So I appreciate that's in that document, and I put that document through council, so you know that is there. But the Environment Agency seem to be having a more relaxed opinion than they have in previous years. Would you agree? Or
would you like to comment on that, please, Teresa? Thank you.
On the response on this application, the EA came back and said they've got no objections, but they are not the ones who are tasked with applying the sequential test. We've got no objections subject to the council being assured that the sequential test is passed, and that is our responsibility to do that.
Does that answer your question? Yep. The French.
Yes, thank you. Yes, as I said earlier, probably 2 or 3 hours ago, we had a training session on planning and the environmental agency. It was about the environmental agency, and they stated, and Nick was there, and I can't remember, there wasn't too many of us actually at the meeting, but I certainly was there, and they quite rightly stated it's our internal drainage boards, middle level, and the rest of the drainage boards who will matter in this. They're not interested, and that was crystal clear at the training. So I just wanted to bring that up. I've known that site for many years, and I've never known that site to flood. Even when we had the floods of 2020, it didn't flood. So, but what interests me more than anything else, we've got 16 letters of support. And we've got from Gold Road, Boot, Damson Drive, yeah, Ellingham, Burnett Garden, Eastwood Avenue, Millfield, residents of Benwick and Ramsey Heights.
We're
now,
still in questions for officers before
the question is, half of these are not even in the area. Why are we taking these into consideration when we agreed years ago that they would only take into consideration that particular ward or the neighbouring ward and not the other side of the country? Because that was happening years ago. We were getting in from Northampton. So, this is happening. I know why it's happening, because there weren't more than 6, but this is ridiculous, and the policy needs to be looked at.
Okay, that's a very pertinent point, Councillor French. I absolutely agree with you, but probably David would like to come back in there.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Again, I think we may have had this sort of conversation previously at committee, where essentially, yes, the scheme of delegation does distinguish between representations from the ward or the adjacent ward and other areas. So in terms of triggering an application coming to committee, that is factored in. However, if we receive a representation on the planning application, we have to consider that. And that's why they're listed within the
Yeah,
report.
thanks for that, David. I understand that. But we, the council, and I thought it was actually in a policy document, that we will not take into consider, certainly elected members are not allowed to speak on anything other than your own ward, or sorry, to call in your own ward or neighbouring wards. So why is it any different from local residents to put, especially, you know, we're talking about Benwick and Ramsey Heights. I don't even know where Ramsey Heights is, somewhere in Ramsey, I suppose.
Okay, so we'll have Nick to clarify all those.
Chairman, if I may, the trigger for an application coming before committee, one of those triggers does include a number of local reps, and we received sufficient number of local representations, contrary to the recommendation before you, that triggered the application coming before you. As well as hitting that trigger number of local reps, we had a job lot of others that are fall geographically outside of that area. But as David alluded to, at the end of the day, we have to report and consider all representations, no matter where they are from, in the determination of the application.
If I may come back, Mr. Chairman, I understand that your hands are tied on that, but then as elected members, our hands are tied. So if we want to call an application in, it's normally for a planning reason and within your own ward. So basically what you're saying, sorry, if residents can do it, then why can't we, as elected members, call something in from Wisbech or Chatteris, or obviously I'm a March one, you know, it's a double standard here.
Anything to add to that before we move on? I think Councillor French's has got a valid point, but if we can't do anything about it on this, on these policies.
Chairman, I think that's an unfair question, because that's not in the remit of officers. That was in the remit of you, me, and everybody else that was on the council at that time. That was a political decision, and that ain't really anything to do with officers. The officers just like the plan. We produced a plan, and the officers stick to it. So it's an unfair question, which the officers can't really answer. I seem to remember when I was a portfolio holder, I wanted to raise the call-in number to 10, but that didn't find favour with the Conservative group at the time, so we left it at 6. And officers have just clearly said that 6 has been triggered, so I don't see the issue.
Yeah, it is a difficult one, but if no, I don't think we're going to gain too much with this. If the officers can't just answer it, or it's not in their remit to do it. Sorry?
I'll withdraw my quit.
Yeah, I think we should. I think it's perhaps the best way to do that, Councillor French, on this particular occasion. Although a valid point has been reached. Anyway, more questions for officers. Any more before we move into debate? Right, debate time. Councillor Scolding, would you like to kick off the debate? Thanks.
Yeah, yes, I will.
Thank you.
This is Jan French and my ward.
Okay.
And like Jan said a little while ago, I've never known it to flood near that road. Further northwest in the corner, yes, when we had that real downpour, Jan and I were probably the only ones who were going out, and the council sorting it out. But that didn't flood along that road, so I can't see why that is even in floodplain 3.
Well, that's not our decision.
No, that's the Environment Agency, Councillor Scolding has put that into place.
What I'm saying is that did not flood when we had all that rain, so
yeah.
I can't see any problem there.
Okay, that's a very valid point. Any still in debate? Come on, Councillor Davis. Thank you very much.
I think my concern with this one is more about the and it doesn't only apply to this application. Unfortunately, we're seeing it more and more. These applications are coming in without doing the sequential test. And whatever people think, that is the current way that we're supposed to look at the applications. And I think if everyone that comes in, we say, oh, well, I've never known that to flood. That's not really it's our local knowledge, but it's not, it really isn't acceptable.
Still in debate. Anybody want to add to it before I bring officers in? Councillor French, have you got anything else to say? Just to sum up, as it's your ward.
No, I've got lots to say, but I won't.
Oh, no. anything material at all? No. So I'm going to say, right, officers. So that's the end of the debate. Officers, would you like to say anything, please?
If I may,
can.
I think Councillor Davis made a very good point there. There's a process that has to be followed, even though you might not necessarily agree that it's enshrined in national policy as well as our own local policy that this council has gone on to adopt. With regard to the issue of the site being previously developed, the case officer in the report makes it quite clear that the site isn't a brownfield site, simply because the building has long since gone and the site has been sort of assimilated into what I'll call the countryside. So, and that definition is quite clearly set out within the National Planning Policy Framework. Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, thank you for setting the stall right there. So nothing, so officers haven't got anything else to say. So I'm looking for a proposal on this application. Would anybody like to make one, please? Councillor Davis?
On the grounds that it clearly fails the sequential test, I think we should go with officer's recommendation.
Okay, so Councillor Davis has put a proposition together to recommend refusal on this application. Councillor French, are you looking to second that?
Yes, I'm happy to second that, and I think it is a shame really that you know, it's only a principle that they've submitted and not a proper outline planning application. If it was a proper outline planning application, we would probably look at it more favourable. So yeah, I will.
Okay, so just to reiterate, we've got a proposal by Councillor Davis, second by Councillor French, to go with officer recommendation to refuse this application. Can we have a show of hands on that, please, on that proposal? Those again? Oh, those against? One. So clearly the application has been refused. Thank you. So now we will hand over to David Rowan. Sorry? Oh, Councillor Marks. Sorry, Councillor Marks. I'll start again when you've left the room. Right. So he has, and so I'll hand over to David to present application F/YR21-1439F, agenda item number 11. So David, when you're ready, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. This is a outline application with all matters reserved for the erection of up to 4 dwellings, land west of 78 to 88 Station Road in Mainey. The application site is shown in red on the location plan and the aerial photo. As you can see, it's part of an agricultural field at the junction of Wimblington Road and Station Road. Existing development in the vicinity is evident from both images. The site is entirely within flood zone 3 to correct a statement contained within the report. An indicative plan has been submitted with the application. I'm not quite sure why we've got an area that blacked out. There's certainly been no official redaction of anything. So that's obviously a technical glitch. However, the indicative plan is shown within the agenda pack. So in terms of the images that are on the screen, really it's just a indicative street scene as to how the site could be developed. Essentially, the dwellings are arranged in a north-south direction in a sort of a row, as shown on that street scene drawing, and also sort of around the north, east, and south sort of boundaries of the application site are areas of drainage ditch, with the access point taken from Station Road running across the ditch there. Photos on the screen show the current nature of the site. It's part of an open agricultural field. Clearly developing this will change the character of the site. However, this is not considered to be unacceptable given the existing development round about the site, and obviously the fact that Mainey as well is a growth village where the principle of sort of extensions is broadly acceptable. To conclude, whilst the broad principle of developing the site for residential purposes may be acceptable, the site is within flood zone 3, and the sequential and exception tests submitted are deemed to be inadequate, offering no assessment of any alternative sites which may be at lower risk of flooding. In addition, the application is not accompanied by any ecology reports. The site, as I've indicated, is surrounded on 3 sides by drains, and access is actually indicated across one of these. As such, protected species may be adversely affected by the proposals, and the application contains insufficient information to allow this impact to be assessed. The recommendation is therefore to refuse the application. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you once again, David. We have one speaker on this application. I'd now like to invite Tim Slater. Of course, again, he's the agent to make his presentation to the committee. 5 minutes, Mr. Slater. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to just a correction. I'm not technically the planning agent for this. I'm speaking on behalf of the planning agent. The planning agent is P. Humphrey Associates.
Yeah, we'll note that then. Thank you.
I'm not sure it makes a lot of difference, but in terms of I wasn't involved in the planning application itself.
It doesn't to me, Mr. Slater. Anyway, thanks. But we will note it.
Chairman, members of the committee, the application is made an outline for 4 dwellings off land off Station Road within the village of Mainey. Mainey is identified in the adopted local plan as a growth village, reflecting a range of local services and facilities, as well as access to the railway station. Station Road is essentially a linear extension of the village, which links the historic core of the village to the railway station. Over the last 20 years, the extent of this development has increased such that there is now continuous development to the station on one side of Station Road or the other for its entire length. It's contended that the application proposal is entirely consistent with this approach and is in keeping with the linear form of development that characterises Mainey. It is, to all intents and purposes, an infill development within an otherwise unbroken form of development along the western side of Station Road. Indeed, the reasons for refusal do not refer to the principle of development nor to design details. The officer report confirms that the proposal is consistent with LB3 and LB12 in terms of spatial principles and could be made consistent with LB15 in terms of design and impact. In terms of flood risk, the application was accompanied by a site-specific flood risk assessment from Ellingham Consultancies. Again, it's accepted that the site does lie within an area shown as flood zone 3 within the Environment Agency flood maps for planning. However, as I've said previously, the mapping is based on the assumption the land is undefended, which is clearly not the case. Now, clearly, the Fens is a very well defended, understood and managed river system, and consequently the actual risk of flooding is not reflected in the Environment Agent mapping. And in practice, the site is subject to layered engineering and management defences. In this instance, the mid-level barrier bank provides a 1 in 100 year protection, and this risk is further reduced by the freeboard within the Mainey and Welney District Commissioner's drainage system. The site flood risk assessment sets out clearly the risks and mitigation and confirms that the site is within a defended area, benefiting from several engineered systems. Protection of the site can be made safe from flooding for its lifespan of 1 in 100 years plus climate change, which is actually what the Environment Agency process is aimed to do. It is noted that the EA raised no objection to the application, and the applicant is accepting of the advice provided by the EA in terms of flood warning and foul drainage, which could be added as an informative to any permission. Now, in terms of ecology, clearly this matter was a concern to committee at the last meeting. However, this application has now been live since November last year, and this reasoned refusal was only evident last week when the agenda was published. Therefore, PHA have not been in a position to respond or address this matter. However, I would like to make the following 2 points. Once the application is validated, it's an acceptance by the LPA that it has all the information it needs to consider the application. That is the purpose of the validation process. However, there is provision for a further period of time for additional information to be requested following the receipt of consultation responses. This application was accompanied by the Fenland District Council Ecology Pro Forma, and indeed in January this year, Natural England provided a formal consultation response stating no objection. In the interim, P. Humphrey Associates the application agent has been in contact with the LPA officer on an almost monthly basis with correspondence in relation to how to address flood risk matters and seeking update in relation to the process of the application. PHA wish me to make it clear that at no point during this correspondence has the matter of ecology been raised. and it's not at all clear how the conclusion that has led to reason for refusal 2 has been reached, given there is nothing on file to suggest that another ecology officer or expert body has been consulted to overrule the comments of Natural England. This being the case, my clients, PHA, were in no position to provide the additional information, as the only information on file suggested the proposal was acceptable to Natural England. PHA was only aware of this last week. If this matter remains of concern to members, it's requested that in the interest of fairness, the application be deferred to enable an
30 seconds.
an appropriate ecological assessment to be carried out. In conclusion, the application proposal is acceptable in principle as accepted by the officer's report. The matter of flood risk is in accordance with the 1 in 100 plus climate change. In relation to the ecology, the only consultation response on file is from Natural England suggesting it is acceptable.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Slater. Questions to Mr. Slater from members, please? If you have any, of course. Councillor Murphy, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. In your report just then, you said that you'd done the sequential test, but in the recommendations, on the refusal of recommendations, it says the sequential test for flood risk has not been adequately applied or met, and consequently the application fails to demonstrate that there is no other reasonable available sites in the lower property. Also, in addition, the exception test has also not been passed.
Would you like to answer Councillor Murphy's concerns or try to address them? Thank you.
I'm obviously aware that that's the opinion of the planning officers. They consider that the risk has not been adequately addressed.
So are you going to do anything about that, or do we take it that you're not bothered?
I'm not in a position to do anything about it at this committee. If you want to defer the application, we can go away and do that work. But I haven't got a response to that as a sequential or exception report with me.
I mean, the only reason I'm asking is because when the application just now was refused because of no exception test or sequential test, and now you're coming in with none.
Well, with respect, that was 10 minutes ago. I've not been in a position to do anything about it in the interim.
What I'm saying is you haven't done it anyway.
Well understood that you couldn't have done anything about it sitting in that chair. I think it's probably given that. But Councillor Davis, thank you.
I mean, I don't think you could do anything about it because, as you say, you're not actually the agent, but there was pre-app advice given, and that's documented. And it said there was the need for the sequential test and for the ecology report. So if the application is deferred, then you would need to come back with both of those, both the sequential test and the ecology report.
Understood.
Scolny, did you want to say something? Thanks.
In that case, can we go straight to defer it?
No. We've got to go through we've got to go through the whole process. It's a good idea, but officers are going to come in there, and then we're going to debate it. And well, let's just get on with it. Any more questions for? No. Thank you very much. Lovely. Thank you. Thank you for trying to answer those questions. Members, questions to officers? No. Right, so we're going to debate it now then. So let's debate it. Councillor French.
Thank you. When we had the floods in December 2020, I can assure you many flooded because I attended many parish meetings, and I certainly would like more information. I mean, I'll listen to Councillor Davis and I'd be happy to have this application deferred, but actually come back with the proper information that is required.
So anybody else want to add to the debate? I will mention I'm not unhappy with this one being deferred. I'm like Councillor Mayor, I don't like them being deferred, but if there is some more information needed, we need to get it, don't we, before we make a decision. But right, anybody else want to, this is the debate, of course, anybody want to add to it? No, close the debate then. Officers, please, any comments?
Through you, Chairman, obviously it's in committee's gift whether or not to defer the application, but to just flag in terms of consistent approach, we earlier today refused an application on the absence of a sequential test, and at last month's meeting refused an application because it didn't include the relevant ecology information. We didn't defer applications in either of those cases. Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, good point, Nick. Right. Okay, with that, we'll go to a proposal. You can.
If we do go with officers' recommendation to refuse it, they can come back anyway, can't they? Or can they?
Yes, they can resubmit.
And I would suggest probably it's a free go. I don't know. It's the second one, maybe. Probably you won't want to comment on that, but anyway, so we are where we are. Councillor French.
Yeah, a question, just what Nick said. Yes, if this is refused, they can come back. My understanding of what's happening now, when people are resubmitting planning applications, that the planning department are now refusing to actually make a decision on them. So, you know, I think we're going to have to be very careful when we either outrightly refuse stuff or we actually suggest to applicants to resubmit after a refusal. So, you know, I think it's put us in a very sticky position as well. So I am concerned about this one.
Chairman, if I could.
You certainly can.
Apologies, Councillor Murphy. May I?
May.
Yeah, just to sort of give a little bit of clarity over one of the items mentioned by Councillor French. So in the vast majority of cases, having had your application refused, you can resubmit, and that's completely fine, and we'll continue to process that. In the planning legislation, there is provision for the local authority to decide not to determine, not to accept an application. And that process is all about applicants coming in repeatedly to try and thwart the enforcement process and to twin track planning applications. So those are sort of exceptional cases rather than the norm. So I just want to give assurance to committee members that I would say probably in 98% of cases we will accept and process a resubmission.
Did you want to come back on that, Councillor French? I know that's very. I know this is very dear to your heart.
No, but I will probably speak to Nick in private about this because it's not just one; it's two applications I've been informed about.
Okay, that's absolutely fine. So,
I was going to say I'd like to deferred for them to come back in as quick as they can to get it back in again. I mean, if we're going to have a sequential test and we're going to have a exception test, we need to have it here. We can't take to one application that's okay and the next application is not, or the other way around. It's got to be done every time. So I like to see it come back straight away and with that done.
Okay, a point taken. Councillor Davis, please.
I think Nick said, didn't he, that you know, we can't really defer this one when we refused the previous application. They are essentially the same. So I don't really see that we can defer it.
I think we need consistency from one application to another. As Nick said, they can come back again, you know, with a proper presentation and satisfy that, and there may be a different answer, mightn't there, at the end of the day? Who knows? But anyway, Councillor Benny.
Yeah, I know we just refused the last one, but every case is individual and taken on its own merit. I can't see why we can't defer it. I agree with Councillor Murphy. Me and him are having a day of agreeing today, but yeah, I think we can. It's a separate application and it's something that we have the option to do.
Well, you'll get a chance in a minute because I'm going to open it up for a proposer. And of course, it's in your gift to do whatever you want as a planning committee. But, you know, okay, so I'm looking for a proposal. Councillor Scolding. Yeah, so we're going to defer this then. Well, we're going to look to defer it, shall we? So it's a, okay.
Chairman, just for the sake of the record and the viewers at home, so to speak. So the reason for deferral is so that a sequential test assessment can be submitted, and in addition, and the college assessment. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so that's three reasons then. That's three reasons. So anyway, so we've got on the table as a deferment. Councillor Scolding's put that forward. Have I got a seconder for Councillor Scolding's deferment? Councillor Murphy. Okay, so defer. We've got an application to defer this application. It's proposed by Councillor Scolding, seconded by Councillor Murphy. Can we have a show of hands on that thing? I don't like non-consistency, but
Your hand up, Jim.
it is now. Yeah, I don't like the inconsistency, but where we are.
Members, sorry, can you put your hands up again? Sorry.
It's my fault, guys.
That's 7 votes.
Those against? There's 3 there, isn't there? So that application is to be deferred. Thank you. Yep, Councillor Marks needs to come back in. To reiterate, everybody's just happy to just see the rest of this agenda through, are they, without having any more breaks? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask also, I totally agree with Councillor Sutton, but at one time, many moons ago, when we had public speakers, we used to always take the applications in front. And I would like to suggest we go back to that because it's unfair to expect people to sit here for 3.5 hours.
It's brilliant stuff though, Jan.
Oh, I know it's riveting.
Right, so we're going to move the agenda around to satisfy the applicants. David, would you like to present application number 14, please? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. So this is an outline application with all matters reserved to erect a single dwelling. The site is land northeast of Eastview, Goat Lane, Gorefield. The application site is shown in red on the location plan and aerial photo. You can see it sits in the countryside outside the settlement of Gorefield, largely surrounded by agricultural land. The site is within flood zone 2. There was a previous refusal on the site for a dwelling in 2018, and at that time the council had no 5-year land supply in place, and the tilted balance in favour of delivering housing would have applied. Indicative plans have been submitted showing how the site could be developed. The plan also shows in more clarity the east view, which is the dwelling to the south of the application site, and the neighbouring dwelling to the north, the Rodham, are located within substantial spacious plots, whereas the proposed dwelling would be indicatively more of a more cramped nature. This is a photo showing the character of Goat Lane. As you can see, quite verdant in its character, and also the application site itself. And then got further photographs showing the nature of the site at present. To summarise, the site is considered to be in an elsewhere location, as it's clearly separated from the continuous built form of the settlement. The principle of development is therefore unacceptable in this location. As the site is elsewhere, the sequential test would need to be district-wide, and there would sort of clearly be sites available to low risk of flooding. The submitted test is restricted to the settlement of Gorefield, and just states that a sort of cursory right move and Zoopla search has been done, which is not adequate in the context of the requirements set in the Flood and Water SPD. In addition, the development of the site is considered to conflict with the sporadic, spacious nature of development in the area, and to result in a loss of the verdant character of the site to the detriment of the appearance of the area. The recommendation is therefore to refuse the application. Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, thank you once again, David. We have one speaker on this application. I'd like to invite Alison Curtis. She's the applicant, to make her presentation to the committee. You have also 5 minutes when you're ready. Thank you.
Right, so good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, councillors and officers, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Alison Curtis, indeed, and I live at Eastview, Goat Lane, Gorefield. It's been my home for over 20 years, and it previously belonged to my former in-laws. I've been lucky enough to bring up my 3 children there, and I have an abundance of memories contained in my home, ranging from all extremes of happy and sad, and many in between. In fact, it is due to one of the saddest memories that I find myself here today. Back in 2005, my then husband was involved in a horrific RTA, which left him with severe head injuries, and this eventually led to the unfortunate breakdown of our marriage in 2008. I found myself a single mum of 3 amazing children, living in a large house with an even larger garden that I couldn't cope with on my own. I've nearly always worked 2 jobs to keep afloat, one of them being a small business which I run from home. And I would obviously lose that too if I am forced to sell my home to downsize. One of my clients at the time, who had become a close family friend, was a councillor, Pete Tunley, and he suggested that I apply for planning on an infill plot. This would cut down my workload and mean my garden could look better under control when my clients visited. Pete helped me with organising this until he fell ill and sadly passed long before completion of his idea. After a time, I stumbled blindly through the process to subsequently have approval refused. I'm now a few years on in a better headspace with a little more understanding as to why my original application was refused. But with that somewhat limited understanding comes my reasoning for disagreeing with the recommendation at this time. Firstly, I'm unable to see why this plot is not acceptable in principle. It is well within the village sign, this being about 30 metres away from the property. After that, there is quite an open area. Before that, not so much. I've always considered that we live very much in the heart of the village, being just about 350 metres away from the centre, within easy walking distance of every amenity on offer. In fact, I walked my children to Goldfield Primary every day, and they then walked to the end of the lane to get the bus to their high schools. I still walk to the butchers, the post office, and obviously to the beer fest at the pavilion. But I also walk my granddaughter to the playing field when she's visiting, and I'm so lucky to live there. My house and intended plot is not on agricultural land, but on my garden, and is, to my mind, a logical infill plot. It is far from an open space currently due to the trees being so dreadfully overgrown, another issue from my limited gardening skills. They're getting to the point of becoming dangerous, and I have approached a local business to come and cut them down before the high winds come again. There are no other plots available to buy in the village, and currently only 5 properties for sale in the whole of Gorefield. I feel strongly that this is a wonderful up-and-coming village in which to raise a family, and I would therefore love to give someone the opportunity to build their own dreams there. I have submitted 10 letters of support from people in the village, with offers of several more. Indeed, the parish council are in support of the application, which surely means that they can see the same potential that I can, that another property in this location would add sustainability to the village and can only bring positive outcomes to all parties involved. The plot itself is, I think, a decent size, 18 metres wide by 52 metres deep, and I'm reliably informed that this is a larger than average plot. So whilst I don't profess to understand all the ins and outs of planning applications, committees, summaries and frameworks, I felt the need to explain why I'm continuing with this application. In short, I'm unable to cope with my land, but I absolutely cannot bear to have to sell my house so that I can downsize. I don't want to give up the happy memories that I have fought so hard to resurrect. The home I single-handedly fought to keep so that my children not only had a roof over their heads, but an amazing village and community to give them the idyllic childhood that they deserved.
You have 30 seconds.
Despite the circumstances we found ourselves in. And obviously the small business I run that has been my lifeline, and I'm continuing to build again following the devastation that was COVID. I'm aware that my reasons are emotional and not particularly procedural, but they are equally valid. And I hope that due to the whole package, you can grant approval for the planning on this site. Thank you for listening.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. Members, questions for Miss Curtis? Clarifications even? Councillor Benny, thank you.
Chairman.
This is Curtis. You state that you run a business, you know, what kind of business is it? Will you be able to carry on your business if you had to sell and move, or would you?
Only if I then went through the whole procedure. If I could find a suitable property with room. At the moment, I have a log cabin. That's not to say that it couldn't be run in a house, provided I've got the suitable planning applications. But it would be obviously, I mean, I have quite a following in the village of people who come from on the outskirts of the village who probably wouldn't be able to get into town, or and the problem being that there are really very few appropriate properties for me to purchase in the village to stay there. So yeah, it would effectively mean my business would go.
Yep, thank you for that. Anybody else like to? No, can't see any burning desire to ask. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Very good, thank you. Members, questions, clarifications to officers? Oh, sorry, Councillor Scolding, sorry.
I'm looking at this plan and it's, to me, it looks like infill. There's houses to the side of it, houses opposite. I just can't see anything else but to call it infill. Thank you.
Right, question to officers at all? Officers, would you like to comment on that, or, because that was, Councillor Golding has said that was a question to officers. Would you like him to repeat?
No, I just didn't realise it was a question.
Well, well,
You're
yeah, no,
saying-
it was a bit of both really, but if you
You
just
said
like
it's
to,
a brown site, and I'm saying it looks like infill.
well,
I'm not really sure how I can answer what your opinion is, Councillor Spalding, but from an officer point of view, we're of the view that the site is outside the continuous built form of the settlement as defined in the relevant policies of the local plan, and whether it's between two existing properties or on it in isolation on its own, or whatever scenario, the principle of a residential development in that location is not acceptable, and it conflicts with policy.
well, after that, Councillor French.
Thank you. I think the whole point of this is interpretation, what councillors interpret an infill is and what officers, and quite often we don't agree to that. But I obviously looking at the map in front of me, it looks like an infill to me. I'll obviously be guided by the rest of the committee.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, again, echoing what everybody else has said, to me, it's infill. There's obviously quite a natural line going towards the village. I personally don't have an issue with this whatsoever. It will be a lovely house for somebody to live in, nice location, and the amenities are far beyond anything some people get in towns. As far as public transport goes, we spoke at this committee again and again about this. It's a rural community, and forever and a day, people are going to need cars. You're never going to get cycleways and buses to people's doors, not in a rural community. So I would actually go along with Councillor French and Councillor Spalding and agree that it's infill, and I'd recommend going against officers' recommendations on this.
Two members were still in debate, and we'll ask Councillor Bain to continue that, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I mean, it looks like an infill to me. Yeah, and with all villages, we have small businesses there, and we've got a lady here who's got a business there. And if she had to move out of the area, that would affect the residents who live there and use her business. I mean, we've had debate before about where officers feel boundaries stop and where members feel boundaries stop. I can remember the debate at Chatteris, whether the top of Ferry Hill was part of Chatteris or whether that was somewhere in the middle of nowhere. And the officers said it's not, but members felt it was, and we passed things there before. And this is definitely within walking distance of the village, and I'd be inclined to support this application.
Thank you, Councillor Bennett. Councillor Sutton, please. Thank you.
I concur with some of what other members are saying, but how do we get over the sequential test? We've just failed one on sequential test, deferred another on the sequential test. We have another one here, sequential test. How is that going to look if we pass one and fail three? You know, the only option here, in my view, is the same as we had last time, and that's to defer it for them to do a sequential test. How can we not do anything else?
Yeah, pertinent points, Councillor Sutton. We're still in debate, so Councillor Murphy, please.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up as well, but you can't do it one, as I said before, and not the other, or vice versa. I'll like it to go back and come back again straight away for the sequential test, but I will say I put an overrider on this. This is getting ridiculous, because if these are supposed to have a sequential test or anything else test, and the people don't put it in, we should we should just say, right, that's it, done, finished. Yeah, and you, that will open their mind then to get on with it and get a sequential test done. So it comes in front of us, done and finished when we get the application.
Some more pertinent points there. Still in debate. Councillor Marks, and then Councillor French.
Show my ignorance again. Does it actually state on the form they have to produce that before putting the application in? It does actually state that? Okay, sorry.
Yeah, yeah, we keep going over this month after month after month, and I did ask the question several months ago about all the checklists that's got to come in, and if my memory serves me right, officers did actually say we can't force them to do it. It's up to them, really. I can't remember what the wording was, but it was a bit woolly.
We can ask that when we can ask officers that, and they can explain to us exactly your thoughts when we get to officers summing up, if they wish to do so, of course. So we're still in debate, everybody. Before I can close the debate, which I'm going to do now, so I'm going to bring officers in to probably answer those two questions. Thank you.
I have to remind me on what the second one was, because I can only remember one.
Okay.
Apologies, Jen.
Do the first one for Councillor Marks, then then Councillor French will explain again what she means.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Very simply, putting it very simply, in terms of validation checks on an application, there is a list that applicants need to work to, and there's advice and guidance on our website about whether or not a particular item on the list is relevant to their application. If a document is submitted, for example, and it says flood risk assessment and sequential and exceptions test, big tick, they've submitted a document that purports to cover those items, and the application starts to be processed. But when, as the case officer reads that document and goes, hang on a minute, the content is somewhat light or non-existent, then quite rightly that there is an issue. And the second question.
Councillor, yeah.
Does it say you need to put this on? Yes or no? Or does it an application? Then why, you know, I can understand when people put the applications in, not knowing or not reading.
David can correct me if I've got this slightly wrong, but a flood risk assessment with a sequential test was submitted in this instance, but the content of that sequential test was light. And David summarised that. So to give you an example, is that if I submitted a planning application for a development of 50 homes, that would trigger, as per advice, the need for transport assessment to be submitted with the application. So if I submitted a document that said transport assessment, and in terms of its content, it said, not many cars and buses will come to this site, everything is going to be fine, it's not adequate in terms of content. But at the end of the day, I did submit a document that's had as its title.
You look confused, Councillor Marks.
Transport assessment.
I know these are professionals in the main, but is it clear? You're now saying, well, yeah, traffic survey, well, it's 50 cars or whatever. Is it actually what is required as opposed to home, which is pretty much one line. That's why we're in a situation like this.
That the advice is really clear. It's contained within the adopted supplementary planning guidance as to what you need to do when submitting a sequential test. Just like there is advice on there on how to do a transport assessment.
Even I'm confused now. Councillor French, would you like to unconfuse me and officers on your point, please?
Probably not, because now I'm getting confused. So in one hand, there's no sequential test, and on the other hand, there is a sequential test, but it wasn't enough. So again, it's interpretation. It's up for this committee to interpret, has it been done or not? Do we approve it or don't we? There's no question.
But
Right.
I don't think I've got the technical ability to,
No.
to, do
So-
sequential tests and know whether it was done properly. I think that's.
Chairman, if I'm
Just hang on a minute.
If I
Just-
may,
I'll take Councillor Sutton and Councillor Murphy afterwards, after Nick's made
David,
his
in his
comments.
presentation, outlined to you that the basis of the sequential test submitted was a quick check on Zoopla. Is there anything else that you want to add to that, David?
Through you, Chairman, if I may, I think for clarity, I'll read the relevant section of the committee report, which hopefully might be helpful. So 10.12 in the flood risk assessment of the report, the sequential test submitted is inadequate as it considers the site as being within the settlement of Caulfield rather than an elsewhere location, and therefore the sequential test should assess available land within the district, not just within Caulfield. Notwithstanding this, the submitted sequential test relies on a search of Rightmove and Zoopla to identify available land. Planning policy, especially the Flood and Water SPD, makes clear that there are a number of sources of available sites, including extant planning permissions. Consequently, even if the site were to be considered within the settlement, the sequential test is considered to be inadequate.
Okay. So Councillor Sutton first, then Councillor Murphy next, if that's okay.
I can give a very brief and quick explanation why we are where we are.
Well, let's hope you can, Councillor
I
Sutton.
can. And the reason for that is rests squarely on this committee's shoulders. Because time and again, in the recent past, we have ignored the sequential test. And I'll give you one example. Near Whisper St Mary, I can't remember what it was. And if you know, it's no surprise that agents and applicants watch this committee and see the committee overriding the sequential test and saying it doesn't matter. So it's no surprise that we're getting these inadequate or you know, no sequential tests, because hey, the committee's going to pass it anyway. That, you know, it's as plain as that, Chair.
I wouldn't go as far as to say that, Councillor Sutton, but we do need to be consistent. Councillor Murphy.
Yeah, we do need to be consistent. That's what I must agree with you. But it is not up to us as a committee to talk about this and put it on the agenda. It's up to the agents. They've got the things in front of them, the tick box is there. If the agent can't be bothered to fill in the tick box properly, it's not our fault. And if it gets thrown back, it's the agent's fault for not doing it properly. They're trying to get away without doing it. That's the reason of it. And from now on, I don't think they ought to. It's a part of an application. It should be put in as an application, and that's the finish of it. When it comes in properly, it's either we agree with it or we don't agree with it, but it's there. They're not doing the job properly for a start. Now they're going to blame us, I suppose, because it's all being turned down. But it's up to them to do it. It's not up for us to do it. It's up to them to do it. And they should tell our officers exactly all it is. Every bit of with to do with it, they should tell them. Not make it woolly like they are making it woolly, as Councillor Marks is saying. But it's not us that's making it woolly. It's not our officers are making it woolly. It's the agents who are making it woolly.
Yeah, good point. Right, we're still in debate, of course. Councillor French.
Well, that's music to my ears, Councillor. I've been saying this for years, and I have been repeatedly saying, if all the documents are not there, don't validate it, throw it back to them and give them their money back. We've discussed this repeatedly with the portfolio holder. She did tell me that things were going to change. Our officers are not there to do agents' work. They either get it in the first place properly or they don't.
Just coming in there, we have just coming in there. Sorry.
I'm hoping the portfolio holder is listening, and maybe she can address this as soon as possible.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I mean, it's very difficult. We did have this on last month's meeting, didn't we? When there was applications that weren't complete. So, yeah, we are where we are. So we're still in debate. Anybody want to add to it before I bring officers in? I should think they've got a bit to say. Councillor Sutton.
Whatever happens here, Chairman, I think we need to go back to the last meeting when I specifically said, if we turn this down, are we turning it down and agreeing with officers on all 3 points? If we say we don't believe it is in the countryside, which we may or may not, we believe it is in the village of Gorefield, then we need to say that now.
Yeah.
And we need to pick through those reasons for refusal. And if we come to policy, the third reason for refusal about flood risk, which personally I can't see how we can do anything else following the previous 2 decisions, then we may say we don't agree with officers that it is not in Gorefield. Many people in Gorefield believe it's in Gorefield, and you'll have heard me many times say, you know, if the people of Gorefield or Benwick or wherever believes that that's part of their village, then who are we to argue? We need to be clear why we're turning this down, just as I said last time.
Well, I'm going to come in here because I tried to steer, as you know, Councillor Sutton, when you provided that explanation at the last planning meeting, towards only refusing an application on whatever we thought, not on everything, because it may not come back again. So I'm absolutely enamoured by that suggestion, and I really would like members of this committee to probably take that on board. That's for me, but again, it's up to the committee to decide obviously what they want to do. It's no pressure on from me, but I would like to steer in that direction if committee would agree with that. But anyway, Councillor Benny, Councillor Davis, sorry.
I think we may actually need a little bit of advice from officers, because if we accept and say we don't agree that this is an elsewhere location, then that changes the sequential test. So we need to be fair to Mrs. Curtis, and we need to tell her what she needs to do.
Okay, so we'll just finish the debate, and then of course officers will sum up then. The officers will sum up then, and obviously we'll ask Stephen for his to outline your thoughts. So are we all finished with debate before Councillor Benny, are you, no?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, I agree with what Councillor Sutton was saying. We last time we were that other application had 3 reasons for refusal.
I think was,
and we've refused that for LP3. I think was the reason of elsewhere location. We could get over the ecology on that one. We could get over the sequential test. It may well have been. I think it was on that. But if we refuse that on LP3 as an elsewhere location, you can't get over that.
No,
and that is the problem, which is why last time when me and Councillor Sutton were saying what we were saying,
absolutely,
we need to define the reasons, and that's why I think myself and Councillor Sutton didn't want to refuse on all 3. We only wanted to refuse on the ones where an answer could be found, and we're in the same position this time because we are in the same position. Well, I think we need to look and really define, like you say, what we are going to refuse this on, and to me, to refuse it on a sequential test is, personally, I think LP3, I don't think it is elsewhere, so I wouldn't go for that. And the sequential test, if they come back with a completed sequential test, then we can pass it. But if we refuse it on all 3 grounds, then we can never pass that. And this is why we've got to get these reasons right.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. Councillor Davis, did you want to come back? You got your light on.
Oh, sorry, I've been...
No. So we're still in debate. Anybody? If anybody's got anything to add, Councillor Topgood.
Yeah, I just want to echo what Councillor Benny's just said, and Councillor Sutton, you know, we need to do these 3 things. I don't think it's in an elsewhere location either. So,
okay, so what we'll do, we're going to close this debate now. I think we've gone on it long enough, haven't we? So I'm going to bring in officers. So Stephen, did you want to come and say more for Nick? So Nick or anybody? Anybody want to come in from the officer point of view before we go to a proposal?
So thank you, Chairman. If somebody is going to make a proposal for refusing the application, then as has been indicated by Councillors Sutton and Benny, you've got to make a decision on whether or not you agree with all 3 reasons for refusal. And if there are a number that you don't agree with, then you can set out your reasons why you disagree with, say, for example, reason 1 and reason 2, and then say, I think it should only be refused on reason 3, or whatever combination you wish to do. Do you want to?
Through you, Chairman, thank you. I think to probably take the debate or the consideration of members just in a slightly different direction. And I think just to sort of clarify the points about, I think Councillor Sutton might have made, apologies if I'm wrong, in respect of Walwich, where the village or the extent of the village is where the people of the village feel it is, or I think that was the general point that was being made. I would just refer members back to the appeal decision that was reported probably 2 or 3 meetings ago. The decision that was made by committee to refuse the permission in principle application at the rectory at Benwick, where the inspector talked there about the local plan does not rely on defined settlement boundaries, rather requires a physical assessment to be made to determine whether or not the site is within a village for the purposes of LP12, refers to the footnote to LP12, and then goes on to state that this results in a situation where a site could be considered in general terms to be part of the village, but not in the village for the purposes of the spatial strategy. And that's the key issue in terms of whether it's an elsewhere location or not, is whether it's within the continuous built form of the settlement as set out in the local plan. And that was the case at that application at Benwick, which ultimately the committee did refuse.
Okay.
I'll come back to that one, Chairman. Yeah, I appreciate that, David, and that's exactly right. But that is still subjective, and that planning inspector might have made that decision. But had that been another planning inspector, might have made a completely different decision. We've seen over the past where even the same inspector, at Wilmington, made one decision one time and a different decision the next time. So that's not hard and fast. So when it's subjective, we still have that ability to make that decision. If we think it's part of the village thinks it's part of the village, officers don't think it's part of the village, which is absolutely your professional opinion, and we respect that. And an inspector might or might not agree with you or me. And, I bet for every inspector's decision you get that agrees with you and your viewpoint, I could search the thing and find some that absolutely agrees with my viewpoint.
Subjective.
So it's subjective, and I'm not suggesting that I'm going to do anything at the minute, because I'm still a little bit on the fence. Although I'm not on the fence with the sequential test. I can't see how we can possibly pass it. Given the decisions we made previously.
That's right. That's all right when you get around to looking this way, Mr.
Yeah,
Chairman.
that's it. Councillor Bailey.
In that case, I'd like to make a proposal that we refuse this application, but not on reason 1, which is LP3, because I feel it is part of the village, and nor on the reason 2, LP12 16D, because I think this will make a positive contribution to the village, and I think it will add value to the village by keeping a business there, and it will provide services to people who live in the village and use the village. But I do think we need a sequential test. So I would look to turn this down solely on a sequential test. This can come back with a sequential test, and that will then be determined by the outcome of that report.
Okay. Okay, so we've got a proposition here to go with officers to recommend this to refuse this application only on the sequential test, none of the other two. Sorry.
Can I just confirm something? That being the case, the sequential test is then the whole of the village.
Through you, Chairman, if members are saying that in their view, the site is within the village of Gorefield, then kind of automatically the area of search for the sequential test is the village.
Okay, so you're happy, you guys are happy with that proposal. Okay, so I've got that proposal from Councillor Benny just on that sequential test. You're seconding it. So on that proposal, just to refuse it on that sequential test, I want to make that absolutely clear to everybody. Proposed by Councillor Benny, seconded by Councillor Murphy. All those in favour of that proposal?
A unanimous decision, Chairman.
So that application has been refused, just to reiterate, on just that one item, the sequential test. Thank you, members. We've got there in the end. Well done. So we'll go back now quickly to agenda item number 12. And David is going to present that application FYR 220453F. Again, just as saying, agenda number 12. So David, please start when you feel able to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. So this is an application for the change of use from restaurant bar and alterations to existing flat to create 1 retail unit and 6 flats at the Rift Bar Horse Fair in Wisbech. Just draw members' attention to the update report that's been circulated. So the site is shown in red on the location plan and aerial photo. As you can see, it sits off the Horse Fair, adjacent to Churchill Road within Wisbech Town Centre. The application seeks permission to convert the building from its previous use as a bar restaurant to a single retail unit at ground floor with 6 flats associated. And this slide shows a little bit more detail as to the existing and proposed elevations. You can see that the changes are sort of minimal, really. There are some alterations, but they are fairly minimal. These plans show the layout of the building. So the left-hand image shows the ground floor. The retail unit is the sort of L-shaped section to the top of that image, then with 2 ground floor flats. The parking bays in front of the building are the taxi bays, which are referred to in the report. And then the upper floors are proposed as 4 further flats. It is worth just drawing members' attention to the fact that there is already a manager's unit, a manager's living unit on that first floor level. So planning permission was granted in December 2019 for the use of the ground floor as 3 retail units, with a further planning permission then granted in October 2020 for the use of the upper floor as 3 additional flats. So to move on to the photographs, the left image shows the front of the building with the taxi bays in front, probably not really being occupied by taxis there at the time, but we'll gloss over that. And then the right hand image shows the frontage sort of to Horse Fair, and that would be the retail frontage. So where the kind of the red windows are, that would be the retail frontage. And then we've got a full view of the frontage of the building, again with the taxi bays in the foreground. So to summarise, the principle of using the upper floors for residential has already been established with that earlier grant of planning permission. However, there are concerns over utilising the ground floor for residential as well. There's an extant planning permission in place for the 3 retail units, and no information has been submitted to justify why the ground floor is no longer suitable for sort of commercial purposes. In addition, there are also concerns over how suitable residential use would be on the ground floor, given the proximity to the taxi bays and the likely, in particular, nighttime noise disturbance arising from this in close proximities to sort of living quarters. There are also some concerns over how the retail and residential at ground floor would relate to each other as well. Consequently, the recommendation is to refuse planning permission as set out, Chairman.
Thank you very much, David. We have no speakers on this application. So members, questions, clarifications to officers. Councillor Topgood.
On the map, with the red line, it went round the taxi rank as well. My understanding is that doesn't belong to them, so surely that should be included on the map.
Through you, Chairman. Yes, I think, I mean, certainly on the location plan that's been submitted, that does appear to be the case. I'm not sure quite what the sort of ownership arrangements of that are, whether it is actually part of the application or the applicant's ownership or not. That's something that we may just have to sort of seek clarification on, sort of depending on the outcome of the application.
Good point, Councillor Topgood. Still members, questions to officers, clarifications? No? Nothing? No? Okay, that's fine then. Thank you very much for that, Councillor Topgood. So we are going to move into debate now. Councillor Benny, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I look at this application, we've got 3 flats with established planning use anyway. All we're looking at is another 3 flats. Central government is very much looking at taking surplus retail space, of which there is an abundance, and this retail space numbers are only going to go down as more and more online shopping happens. And the cost of running businesses from an expensive place like a shop or a restaurant, whatever this was, goes up. These buildings are going to stand empty, and central government does not want empty buildings. But we have got a shortage of housing, we have got a shortage of dwellings, and this to me falls well within that policy. It's not within the 2014 planners policy written down as such, but I look at Peterborough and in Bridge Street, the main centre where the council offices are, there's all what was space above retail units there. They've all been converted into flats or are being converted into flats. And this is progress. This is where things move forward. And this is the world we live in. And we shouldn't try and buck the market on this. The market is saying this is where this needs to go. There are empty properties, empty shops, and there will be more of these to come. I think this is good use of this. And planning is about land usage. And therefore, I think that the loss of a pub restaurant, that would be a very expensive business to run there. Turning that into a smaller shop, it isn't taking away the full commercial aspects of the property. It is only taking part of it away, but it's making that building where it to the owner will generate some kind of revenue. And if they don't make money out of it, these buildings fall into disrepair. And the best thing to keep a building in good order is to let someone make some money out of it. And I think that this will ensure that that building stays in good order, because the money will be there to keep it in good order. So I will be supporting this application today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Benny. Councillor Davis, and then Councillor Sutton. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree broadly with Councillor Benny. And when we went to look at the actual building, it's very difficult to see what businesses would actually be successful there, because it's set way back from the rest of the shop. So it could only be something like a hairdresser's or a restaurant. I think actually better use might be made of actually making them, more flats. So.
Yeah, wise comments, Councillor Davis. Councillor Sutton.
I concur to a certain extent with both the previous speakers, but I don't think I could support this in its current form. Somebody's bedroom right on that taxi rank. I think it'd be a dereliction of our duty to allow that to go ahead and put people in a position where they've got to sleep there with 10 taxi ranks. I can't support anything like that. No.
French.
Yes, thank you. On this one, I think I'm sitting at the fence at the moment, but more importantly, I think we need to find out who this parking space belong to. Who does the land belong to? As you're all well aware, we are working on civil parking enforcement, and we've actually had all signs and everything. So I would want to know whether that actually belongs to Fenland, or is it a private one? Many years ago, that similar car park, and I'm talking about probably 10, 15 years ago, we had a discussion, and I believe it was the same car parking. So I think it's essential we must find out who owns the land is it Fenland's taxi ranks? And, you know, that's more important than anything else at this time. But I totally agree with Councillor Benny and Davis. The way trading goes today, people can't afford large retail businesses, not with the rents and the rates and everything else. And sadly, you know, we've just got over COVID. We're now just going into a recession. So, you know, we should be thankful that somebody actually wants to do something with this building.
Absolutely agree. Did you want to come in there, Nick? Thank you.
If I may, Chairman, you'll have seen from the presentation made by David that the taxi rank is unchanged. Having checked the application form, they did serve notice on FDC as landowner. So it's all covered. And as I said, the planning permission doesn't propose to alter the taxi rank. It's still going to exist. So there's no concerns there from a landowner perspective. In terms of the conversion of the ground floor to residential, if we put to one side the issue of noise and disturbance at ground level to those ground floor apartments, we put that to one side for a moment. From a planning officer perspective, we sympathise with the view expressed by Councillor Benny in that more than likely there's going to be a surplus of vacant floor space in Wisbech. But the point is that hasn't been provided to us in terms of a current set of information on the amount and location of vacant floor space. So if we were to let this go to an alternative use, we wouldn't be doing so in the knowledge that notwithstanding us acting contrary to policy, it's not going to cause any harm. Does that make sense, Chair?
I don't know. I'm just going to bring Councillor French in because she's waving.
Just to clarify, you did say that the car parking does belong to Fenland, because it would be up to Fenland if we decided it, as we go further down the road, if we want to put a traffic regulation order on that and change these taxi spaces. But it's definitely
the
Fenland.
exact extent of FDC's ownership, I don't know because I haven't got a land registry plan in front of me, but I do know that we were served notice.
Okay, that's fine. Thanks for that. Sorry, there was another point that, the question was, can we, if Nick has just said that they haven't justified, can we defer this application to clarify that?
Well, it's in our power to do anything, Councillor French. We can defer it. I'm not real keen on these deferrals, as you well know, but it's a possibility. Councillor Sutton, to get things moving on.
Yeah, you know, there's no doubt about it. It's either Fenland or county, because if you remember back, I suppose it would have been 2011-12 when there was a big hoo-ha about moving the taxi rank from the horse fair to its current position. You know, it had to be in the ownership of either or for that to happen. So I don't think there's any question that, I mean, this building was Cambridge County Council at one time, because I'm pretty well sure social services used to work out there. I guess it must still be in the ownership of one or the other. But I still go back to my point that in its current layout, with the bedrooms close to those taxi ranks, I can't support it.
Right. Yeah, still in debate. So for me, I'm going to come in here now. I just think it's half an empty building. We're not taking away the whole of the commercial aspect of it, are we? They're going to put triple glazing in, and it's not ideal, but it will bring the whole of that building back into use. It will bring well-needed accommodation to the people of Wisbech. So who are us to have a building stand there for X amount of months, X amount of years, when there isn't something on the table to bring another 3 well-needed houses into Wisbech? you know, it just makes no sense to me, personally speaking, to turn this down, but we are where we are, I suppose. Councillor Bennett.
Yeah, I mean, you've got taxis outside you, outside the window. But myself and Councillor Murphy both lived on the high street at times, and we had cars pulling up. And I know Councillor Murphy, next to the Chili Master, there were cars always pulling up outside there, and there were when I lived in the high street. You know, outside my house, people can park outside my house. It's a bungalow you would be if you were closer, if you were built on the front. I mean, I can't think of one off the top of my head, but there must be somewhere a bungalow on the front. You know, to me, wherever you build, you've got noise, you've got light, wherever there's cars and there's people. So I think that, you know, I tend to agree with the chairman that this does bring building back into use.
Most definitely. Councillor Murphy still in debate, everybody, so carry on.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And I'll go back to what I said before. It doesn't matter where you put a place to live. Somebody will get buy it or live in it or rent it or live in it. It can be in the worst place there is possible, but there'll always be somebody that goes in them. And it's right in the middle of Grisbridge. It's going to be busy. It's going to be noisy. But there'll be somebody that goes in there, and they wouldn't care less if there's a car outside their bedroom. It really does beg a belief that we worry about that sort of thing, because it's not up to us, but we're not going to put anybody in there. So they'll go in there on their own accord, and they'll know exactly what that is.
Going on further than that, I bet when they go up for sale, there'll be 20 people want those flats. They will have no problem renting those flats whatsoever, because they're needed, and that's the end of the story, really. Councillor Marks.
Going back to where we started this afternoon, we've seen in Chatteris a derelict building, which will this will happen, it will just be left derelict and get worse and worse. And in probably 2 or 3 years' time, we'll be sitting here discussing some sort of scheme to try and make it better. This immediately goes and answers a problem of homelessness or housing, at least. It's got to be, you know, so we can't just leave it empty.
No, I echo your sentiments, Councillor Marks. Anybody want to add to this debate before I bring officers in for a conclusion? No, we're all happy, are we? Right, thank you. Any more to add?
Nothing from me, Chairman.
Nothing. Okay, so I'm looking for a proposer on this, please. What, to officers? Do you still want? Is this in the debate, Councillor Mayor?
Ish.
Go on then. As long as it's you. As long as you stood in for me nicely.
Ish. This application is asking for one retail unit. Are we excluding that, or are we going with the application as we see it, or is it going to be all flats?
No, we've got to go with the application as we see it. No, we can't deviate from what's in front of us. I can answer that one. So I'm looking for a proposer on this now. Councillor Benny.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to propose that we go against officer's recommendation. My reasons are, as I've stated, for what central government's policy is on LP6 about losing a building, and the fact that the taxi rank, we're mitigating some of the noise by putting treble glazing in, and that does work. I'd be happy to put a condition that it was treble glazing and soundproofing glass as well, because there is acoustic glass you could put in within the treble glazing. That would help mitigate some of the problem. If that was what officers feel that could be put in, that would help mitigate some of the noise. And I feel that these flats will be needed, as Councillor Murphy said, there will be people queuing up to take these. So that would be my reasons for going against officers' recommendation.
Oh, Councillor Marks.
Chairman, that's with officers being authorised to add appropriate conditions. Thank you.
Yeah, that's fine by me. So finally, we've got a proposition to go against officer's recommendation to approve this application. It's proposed by Councillor Benny, seconded by Councillor Marks. Let's have a hand up to all those in favour of that proposition. Those against? 2. That application has been approved. Thank you. Right, with that, this, 15, there is nothing on 15, so it's confidential time now. Sorry? Go on, tell me then. Yeah, what number are we on now then? No, 13 has been withdrawn, hasn't it? Page 93? Okay. No.
Sorry.
No. 113, let's have a look. Let's have a look. 113 is planning permission has been approved for that. Okay, yeah, I see where we're coming now. I'll just read this out. It's nothing really. In view of the part of the meeting having taken place in private, and because of the nature of the discussions which took place, members are requested to consider the exclusion of the press and public during the discussion of this item. And again, on the basis it contains information that would be exempt from disclosure under paragraph 7 of the Schedule 12A, part 1 of the Local Government Act 1972. The public interest has been reapplied, and it is considered the need to refrain the information as exempt continues to outweigh public interest in disclosure. Can I therefore, you've had all the confidential papers. Has anybody read the minutes of the confidential? Is everybody happy that they've read it? Yeah, we're going into confidential session now. So you've got, so thank you. So we're going to stop the U2, please. And then when that's finished, we'll